Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some horrifying Reddit horror stories. You guys have been asking for more Reddit horror stories for a while now, so here you go. This video will also be super long since you guys seem to enjoy those, so comment down below if you'd like to see more long videos in the future. And these stories we're getting into today are terrifying, weird, and like the title says, horrifying, so you'll want to stick around. I appreciate you stopping by. It means the world. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Spotify, follow me on Instagram, all that stuff. And yeah, this video, like I said, will be long enough already. So without further ado, let's get into some horrifying Reddit horror stories. There's something seriously wrong with my family's new home. I knew something was off the moment I saw the place. It turned out to be worse than I could have possibly imagined. I first laid eyes on the house after my parents had closed the deal. We'd been driving through a fancy neighborhood that our rusty Honda CR-V felt out of place in. After a final turn, the house appeared at the end of a lane, far enough away from the other homes to feel somehow separate from the rest of the community. It was tall and old, yet well kept, earning a vintage boldness that I appreciated. Nestled into an evergreen wood, it seemed like the last bit of civilization before a wilderness that stretched ever on. "That is our new house?" I gasped, leaning forward to poke my head between the front seats. Taken by the majesty of it, I paid little mind to the locals who stared at us as we passed. My dad chuckled heartily. "It is, Ari." How? I was only 17, but old enough to know that we couldn't have afforded such a place. "It was a steal," my mom chirped, glancing at my father. "We got so lucky. It's been how long, dear, that we've been house hunting?" 2 years, my dad sighed. "Well, patience does pay off," my mom went on, gesturing at the house. "Wait long enough and search hard enough and you might just strike gold. Smelly gold, that is," added my dad with another chortle. I nodded absently, gawping at the building. I didn't need any better explanation. I was in no position to complain. That monument at the end of the lane was to be my new home. "I want my own room," exclaimed my younger sister, Lena. My younger brother, Kai, pouted a little at that. She was 8 and he was 4. They'd been sharing a room since Kai was old enough to be away from our parents. "You'll have just that, honey," answered my mom. Lina squealed in excitement, grinning ear to ear. She couldn't have known that she'd soon come to regret this, and never wish to sleep alone again in her life. Things were fine for the first few days, as you'd expect. The interior of the house was as old and proud as its exterior, and twice as spacious as our former place. It was smelly though, as my dad had mentioned. The sour reek that seemed to permeate the place was the main reason we got such a discount, my mom explained. Our dogs, Chiefy and Miss Bear, loved it, even with their extra sensitive nose. They were running up and down the halls, barking all day long, unbothered by the stink. They left plenty of dirt on the floors, drawing complaints from my parents. It was unsettling when the dogs growled at the house come nighttime, but that was easily explained as the old building moaned and creaked plenty when the winds of the wilderness pushed against it. The doggos would need a week to adjust. That was all. The first thing that really rubbed me wrong was the way Kai was talking to himself in his room. My brother and sister were in their bedrooms on either side of my own, and it was easy enough to hear them through the old woodwork. Lina was singing along to the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack on one side. That was nothing new. But on the other side, my typically quiet little brother was mumbling, and I couldn't hear anyone else with him. I didn't think much of it at first, but this behavior continued, and he'd even be talking to himself around the house. My mom was the one to confront him about it. "Hi, sweetie. What are you saying? Are you talking to yourself?" Kai looked up at her, confused. "No, mommy. I'm talking to my friend." "Oh, creepy," I thought, smirking a little. My mother shot a strange glance at my dad, one that meant more than I could have known, then turned back to Kai. "Well, who's your friend, Kai?" He shrugged, eyes fixed on the toy blocks he was stacking on the carpet. "I don't know." My parents whispered to one another for a while after this, deliberating, and seemed to ultimately decide that it was okay for a boy of 4 to have an imaginary friend. Fair enough, I supposed, and we carried on. A week passed, then 2, and still the dogs would not settle when it came to the house's creaking. They would growl and even bark far too often throughout the night. What really got to me was the time Miss Bear was sleeping at the foot of my bed and started growling. seemingly at nothing. I couldn't hear any creaking. It wasn't a windy night, but she was growling at the wall of my room, the one shared with Kai. "Enough," I hissed. Miss Bear looked at me for a moment, then back at the wall, and let out a sharp bark. I opened my mouth to protest, but abruptly she yelped, backing away, tail between her legs. Her sudden fear shot my own feeling of, ew, creepy, right up to, oh fuck, oh god, oh hell no. "What is it, girl?" I whispered. Miss Bear hackles were raised, her tail still between her legs. She maintained a low growl, then all at once, she shot out of my room, veering towards Kai's door. I jumped out of bed and followed her into my brother's room. Kai was awake. He was sitting on his bed, facing our shared wall. "It's okay," he said to our dog. "It was just my friend." I looked from Kai to the dogs. Chiefy had come as well to see what the fuss was about, then threw my hands up and left. It was okay for a boy of 4 to have an imaginary friend, right? The next day, on a whim, I took a closer look at the wall my brother and I shared. I swung the curtains open to let in the daylight, then ran my hand over the wooden planks and the ivory paint that covered them. I couldn't sense anything off. There were a couple of paintings hanging on the wall, a dresser pushed up against it, and an air intake vent at its base. Unsatisfied, I decided to lay my shoulder into the dresser and push it away from the wall. The cool draft from the air vent caused goosebumps to break out on my legs as I peered behind the dresser. It was subtle, but at the bottom of the wall, just above the baseboards, there was a stain. It was old and brown, but might have once been red. The stain ran down the walls in revolts, as if a thick liquid had splattered there and dribbled down. Scrunching my nose in disgust, I took a quick sniff. The same sourness that the house was notorious for filled my nostrils, but nothing else. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. Like I said, the stain was old. It was probably nothing. With an aggravated huff, I shoved the dresser back in place and got on with my day. Later that day, I was in the living room with Lina, who was unusually quiet. My mom was complaining to my dad that we were out of groceries again, and that she was going to run to the store. She asked Lina if she wanted to join her, and to both me and my mom's surprise, Lina said no. Once my mom had gone, I asked my little sister, what was up? "You always go with mom. Is everything okay?" She shrugged, but didn't answer. "Hey, Lina," I pressed. "What's up? You can talk to me." She slowly looked at me and said, "This house is scary." Frowning, I asked her to elaborate. For a time, she considered how to explain. Finally, she said, "It feels like we aren't the only ones living here." I explained to her that this wasn't true, and that we just weren't used to living in such a large and old home. She didn't seem all that convinced, and why should she have? The place was damned creepy. The incessant creaking and moaning, the stink, the dogs always growling, Kai's awful imaginary friend, strange stains on the wall. Hell, even the way the neighbors always stared at us was weird. That night, I woke to one of our dogs sniffing my feet. This obnoxious new habit woke me up as often as the growling. I assumed it was to do with the smell of the fireplace. It probably clung to my feet as I walked around during the day. And the dogs are infamous for sniffing, licking, and even eating anything that smells funky. I pushed the dog back with my heel and grumbled, "Stop, go." The dog, which I assumed was Chiefy by the heavy footfalls, obeyed and left. I was halfway sunken back into sleep when Lena's shrill shriek sent my heart into my throat. I scrambled out of bed, terrified that my sister had badly hurt herself somehow. This wasn't a little scream. It was the type of scream that you told you something was really wrong. I was the first to enter her room, though. I could hear my parents bumping around down the hall. "Lina," I cried. "Are you okay?" She was sitting up on her bed, back against the wall. The blanket scrunched up to her eyes, and how bright those wide, petrified eyes were, even in the dark. Lina whimpered something unintelligible. I stepped closer, noticing that she wasn't really looking at me, but beyond me, at the corner of her room. She whispered, "Someone's behind you." I could hear my parents stumbling out from the room. They weren't here yet. I was petrified, nearly unable to move. Lina kept staring past me, her eyes glistening in the gloom. Slowly, I turned around. In the darkness that dominated that corner of the room, I thought I saw the figure of, I'm not sure what. To this day, I'm not sure if I really saw anything or if I just imagined it. But I think it was a woman or a girl, wearing no clothes and bloodstained, faceless but for the shine of two piercing irises. I screamed. Lina joined me. My father snapped the light on as he stepped into Lina's room. The darkness was gone, and with it the figure. What the hell happened? He bellowed. In tandem, Lina and I pointed at the corner. My sister mumbled. There was someone in the corner. I finished for her, my arm trembling, as unsure as I am in hindsight of what I saw. In that moment, I was not. I was mortified. As someone who had never believed in the supernatural, I found myself feeling it differently all at once. My father frowned at the corner, which was unoccupied. It was entirely normal, except I noticed it then. Old stains similar to those behind my dresser, low on the wall. By then, my mom had joined us, and the look she shared with my dad sent ice down my spine. Somehow, the expression on her face scared me more than even the thing I had maybe seen in the shadows. There's nothing, my dad announced after a moment. Tyson, dear, my mom said. My dad held up a hand, as if to say, don't. He turned back to my sister and I. Girls, it's normal to get spooked in a new house like this. Happens to your mother and me too. But don't let it get to you. You hear? It's just an old house. It'll take some getting used to. He gestured at the dogs, who had hurried in at some point amid the confusion. Even these two get spooked here and there. It's normal. We spoke a little longer, until Lina and I had calmed down a little, then decided to go back to bed. Lina asked if she could sleep in my room. I said yes, more for myself than for her. She joined me on my bed and quickly drifted off, assured by her big sister's presence. I lay there for a while, wondering how it was that Kai hadn't woken from the earlier screaming. Then, just as I fell asleep, I thought I heard my brother in the other room, speaking to his imaginary friend. The next day, we all carried on as though nothing had happened the prior night. Though there was a tension in the way we moved through the house and spoke to each other, Lina was the worst of us in this regard. She spoke very little and, more concerningly, did not play or sing along to her K-pop soundtrack a single time. I was in the midst of mopping the floor. The dogs had gotten it dirt-stained again. When the false normalcy of the day broke, Kai approached my mother in the kitchen as she was chopping vegetables. My dad had just returned from the store with 2 bags of groceries and was orbiting my mom as he unloaded them. Kai softly said, Mom? Yes, hon, what is it? Can we go back to our old house? My dad ceased his motion, facing away but listening keenly. I did the same, pausing with the mop pushed halfway across the landing. Mom looked worriedly at Kai. Why do you want to go back, sweetie? I don't want to talk to him anymore, whispered Kai. A horror passed over my mother's features. It was the same expression that had shaken me the night before. My father placed his hands on the countertop, bowing his head and letting out a long, grisly sigh. Shit, he muttered. Tyson, my mom murmured. We ought to discuss this with Ari at least. She's old enough. She's ought to have a say. I dropped the mop with a clatter and rushed into the kitchen. Have a say about what? I demanded. Damn it, my dad said. Kai, buddy, go watch a show with Lina, will you? But, Kai started. I'll answer your questions soon, bud, I promise. For now, go join Lina. Somberly, my little brother obeyed. A moment later, the raucous sound of SpongeBob SquarePants carried down the hall. I looked at my parents and crossed my arms. Ari, love, my dad started. We weren't totally honest with you when we first moved in. I frowned, waiting. My mom said, the smell isn't the only reason why we were able to afford this house. She spoke as if the words hurt to say. What other reason? I asked impatiently. Dad sighed again. Something happened to the family who used to live here. Something awful. That image of the bloodstained girl in the corner flashed through my mind. I hugged myself, feeling the sting of tears at the back of my eyes. I'll be blunt, my dad continued, because there's no better way to say this. The family who last lived here, they died. They were killed. Right here, right here in this house. I lifted a hand to my mouth. The tears were here now, their warmth running down my cheeks. Tyson, tell her the whole thing, Mom insisted. Damn it, fine. My dad looked me square in the eyes. The father of that family, he was the one who killed him. After which he committed S-word. I sank into one of the dining chairs, shaking. I thought of the brown stains on the wall, how they looked like they had been once crimson. And you bought this house anyway, I cried. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, dear, my mother said. Then she added, though perhaps it was a mistake. No, rebuked my father. There's nothing wrong with this house. It's a little creepy, but that's it. Living here is still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And that was the end of it. For the moment, at least, my dad refused to entertain the notion that our wonderful new home was haunted, and honestly, I wasn't quite there yet myself. Again, I'd never believed in that sort of thing, and the girl I thought I saw, I could have imagined it. My sister told me there was someone there. When you look into the dark, often you'll just see what you're expecting, or worse, what you're fearing. That doesn't make it real. So we carried on. Kai was told to ignore his imaginary friend. Lina needed a few days, but eventually she got back to her K-pop demon hunter's obsession. The dogs even settled down somewhat. Nothing else would happen for a while that suggested our house was haunted. And I tried my damnedest not to dwell on the fact that a family had been murdered within my home's walls. At least I finally understood why the neighbors gawked at us so much. What sort of family would want to live here? They were surely thinking. The peace we maintained for a while was broken by my brother's crying one day. Despite Kai's age, he was not one to cry easily. So when I heard him weeping, I set my textbook and notes aside and went to check on him. I knocked gently and opened his door. He was sitting on the floor in the middle of his room with his legs crossed, crying into his palms. Hiya, Kai, I said, approaching him and kneeling. What's wrong? Did something happen? Kai's lower lip quivered as he spoke. He came back. My stomach sank. Who came back? My friend, he started, but hesitated. The scary man. I thought he was your friend, I asked, as confused as I was frightened. No, Kai whimpered. He's bad. I looked warily around the room. Swallowing, I asked my brother, where did you see this man? Handshaking, Kai pointed at our shared wall, and I quivered as I looked at it. It was much like my side. There was a small desk pushed up against the surface of wooden planks painted ivory white. A couple paintings hung onto it, and an air vent was built into its base. There was no brown staining that I could see here, though, mercifully. I sighed as I hugged my little brother. It'll be okay, I fumbled. Unsurprisingly, Kai did not seem assured. I tried again. Hey, do you want to sleep with me tonight? His eyes lit up. Really? Yes, really, I answered with a smile. I hadn't invited him into my room much in the past couple of years, and seeing how much it meant to him warmed me and made me feel a little bad. That night, he pranced into my room, pillow clutched in his arm. Close the door, I told him with a smirk, or Chiefy is going to be licking our feet tonight. We got cozy in bed and I read him a bit of his book he loved about a boy and a dragon. Once we were done with that, I asked him if he wanted to tell me anything about his former friend, the so-called scary man. He pouted and shook his head. Fair enough, I thought, regretting that I'd even asked. I shifted the subject to one of his favorite shows, earning back his precious smile. We spoke for a while about similar things that brought him comfort, and eventually, he dozed off. After tucking him in, and I got back to studying for another hour, and then turned off the bedside lamp and went to sleep. It was a few hours into the night when one of the dogs started sniffing my foot. I was mildly aware of that in this state of half sleep and tried to ignore it. Then the hound started licking, making it impossible to shrug off. Stop, I moaned, nearly letting out an involuntary giggle at the tickle of the tongue on my sole foot. Cut it out. Go. The dog listened, panting for a moment longer, then stepping away. I was starting to drift back to sleep when I remembered that I had asked Kai to close the door earlier, specifically so the dogs wouldn't get in. Abruptly, I sat up. My heart quickened as I turned to look at the door. It was closed. I swung off the bed, taking care not to wake Kai, and whispered, "Chiefy? Miss Bear? Are you in here?" There was no response. There was no dog. I stood in the middle of my room, heart hammering, unsure what to do or think. I lifted my foot and felt it. It was damp. But then I was sweating. Surely that's all it was. A little sweat on my foot. The sniffing and licking was it was a weird dream, that's all. I'm too old to be getting spooked like this, I told myself, frustrated. I got back into bed with a huff and tried to get back to sleep. It took some time, and as I lay there, I thought I saw a figure standing in the shadows past the foot of my bed. A bloodstained girl, perhaps? I'm too old for this, I repeated, exhausted and frustrated. Stop imagining things, Ari. I turned away and closed my eyes. The following days were normal, thankfully. Kai went back to sleeping in his room and didn't have any more visits from the scary man. I didn't have any more creepy foot dreams, and as for the aberrations I continued to see in the shadows of the house, well, once I smartened up and saw them for what they were, figments of my childish imagination, they bothered me less. Life carried on. A few normal days turned to weeks. In the surety of that routine, I couldn't have known that the worst of my family's ordeal was yet to come. I couldn't have fathomed just how dark this home's secrets truly were. The turning point arrived during one of my daily walks. Chiefy and Miss Bear were pulling on their leashes like usual, propelling me down the street, when I caught one of the neighbors staring at me. He was out by his mailbox, closer than I'd ever caught any of them. They usually stared from their windows and porches. The calm weeks had made me confident in my family's choice to purchase the house, and so I let my anger get the better of me as I glared back at this man. "Excuse me, sir," I called. He glanced at me the way a child would look at a ghost. "Yes? You and others in your home are always staring at us. It's rude and exhausting. What is your deal?" He fidgeted with the letters he'd drawn from the mailbox. Well, he mumbled. Then, after a moment, he looked up, seeming to gather his resolve. "Call it rude, but we can't help but wonder what sort of folks would want to buy a house like that." The dogs were restless. "Sit," I commanded. "Sit and stay." As I met the man's gaze again, I said, "What sort of folks, you ask?" "The sort who aren't taken by superstition." I smiled inwardly, pleased with my delivery. The man made a face halfway between a frown and a grimace. "Superstition," he managed. "You do know what happened in that house, right?" I tilted my chin up and answered without hesitation. "The father killed his family. Horrible, no doubt about it, but not any reason to pass up on a once-in-a-lifetime deal, unless you're superstitious, that is." "The father?" whispered the man. His eyes widened and he looked over my shoulder at the house. "What?" I demanded. "You don't know?" he said under his breath, his worried gaze falling back onto me. "I don't know what?" Chiefy pushed his head into my leg. Miss Bear whined a little. The man explained. "There was a lot of confusion when that horrible thing happened to the family who lived there. The official reports claimed the whole family had died because that was the convenient conclusion for the investigators, but that was only a rotten bit of negligence and cowardice." He swallowed. "The truth is that the wife and the 2 children were butchered, and the father was never found." Thoughts laced in fear raced through my mind. My dogs continued to whine. "Bastard got away," continued the man. "No one knows where he went. All of us around here upped our security after, you can bet on that. Reinforced windows and doors, alarm systems, cameras, the whole suit. And then comes along a seemingly nice little family, eager to move into that godforsaken place. Imagine our shock." He shook his head. "Call it rude, miss, but you can't quite blame us for gawking, can you?" I licked my lips, which stung with dryness. Where did he go?" The man shrugged. "Like I said, no one knows." Then he looked around as though he was expecting an ambush. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Sometimes, though, our cameras catch footage of what looks like a ragged man ambling around the shrouded dark of the neighborhood." "You've shown this to the police?" I asked. "Of course, we've done all we can to get the investigation reopened. It was a terrible thing those investigators did, but all our efforts fell on deaf ears." I glanced over my shoulder at the house. My parents had gone out for groceries again. Kai and Lina We're home alone. I have to go. I cried and started running back home. Was the man lying? Were my parents the ones lying? I tried to make sense of it as I ran back, and slowly, in the depths of my intuition, a suspicion began to form. I burst through the front door, calling out for my siblings. They appeared a moment later, confused and a little scared. Stay with me, I told them. Stay close. I led them up to Kai's room and asked him to show me where the scary man had been. As he lifted his arm to point, nausea swept over me. He wasn't pointing at the wall. He was pointing at the vent. I should have called the police right then and taken my siblings over to the neighbor's place, but a delirious need to know took hold of me without me having much say in it. I lurched towards the vent and grabbed it by the sides. I pushed and pulled. It didn't budge. I pushed harder. Suddenly, a groan passed through the wall and the vent gave way. No, not only the vent. A square section of the wall went inward, about 3 feet wide and tall, with the vent at its base. Cobwebs and dust puffed out. What I thought was a solid wall separating my room and my brother's turned out to be a gap wide enough for someone to squeeze through. A sour reek wafted from the place. Stay here, I told my siblings, and in my delirium, I crawled through the opening. Lina and Kai protested, but I waved them off. I shimmied along the space until I was behind the vent leading into my own room. I pushed hard, and as I expected, the wall gave way. Another crudely cut square opened to my room. Peering out from there, the first thing I saw was the foot of my bed, and I imagined my feet poking out from the edge as I slept. A sighing sound carried from the far end of the crawl space. I froze in place, listening. The sign was mixed with a sort of humming. Huh, it wet. Huh. It grew louder, a slow, rolling noise. Huh. Feeling as though my heart would burst from my chest, I slowly twisted my head. It was awfully dark at the far end of the gap. I squinted into the shadows until I could make out a solid vertical line in the dark, the end of the wall. A corner where the crawl space turned and continued out of view. The sound became more excited. Huh. I leaned forward a bit, just a bit, narrowing my eyes, trying to make sense of what I saw. Half a face, peeking out from the corner. One bloodshot eye, pallid, withered skin, a twisting, unnatural grin of rotten teeth, a scraggly, bony hand clutching the wall. The creature that might have been a man started to laugh again. Ho ho! I screeched as I threw myself back into Kai's room. It was such a scream that my throat would hurt for days to come. I grabbed my siblings' hands and ran downstairs. The ugly walls and furnishings of the house passed me by in a blur. That horrible laughing chased us all the way, and I swear I heard scurrying footsteps in our wake. We burst outside and ran straight to the neighbors. No creature followed us there that I could see. With the neighbor's phone, I called the police and then my parents. Within 20 minutes, our lane was crammed with emergency vehicles, dozens of lights flashing in the late afternoon dim. We didn't know, Ari, I swear, insisted my father. The realtor told us they all died. My family and I were standing huddled by our car, waiting anxiously as the authorities searched our house. Well, they didn't, I snapped back. I saw him. My mother covered her face with her hands. My father shook his head, cursing to himself. Sometime later, one of the policemen approached us wearing a grim expression. Whoever your daughter saw, he said to my parents, is gone. The house is empty. That said, your daughter definitely did see someone. My mom wailed. My dad just stared. Follow me, the policeman said. You'll want to see this. Mom stayed with the kids while my dad and I went back into the house. The cop led us into an opening on the main floor, much like the ones I discovered upstairs. The passages on the floor grew wider, danker, moist dirt, at least I hope it was dirt, squelched underfoot. And I finally understood why our floors were always so muddy. The spaces between the walls eventually led to a cave of sorts, dug out of earth below the house. There were used up cans of soup, beans, and soda, and rotting bits of meat and fruit laying all about the place. With that, I finally understood why our groceries were so quick to run out. And the sour reek. It reached its pinnacle here in this atrocity of a den hidden beneath my house. The father who had slain his family had not died. He had lived on. here in this cave, leeching off of and tormenting my family. I thought about everything my family and I had experienced leading up to that moment and shuddered, nearly vomiting right there. We moved out immediately, not only to a new house, but a new city. We have reinforced windows and doors in our new place, and we watch anyone who passes by our house the same way our former neighbors used to look at us. But it's not enough, because the man who had haunted us was never found. He is still on the loose today. The 5 of us live as though we're waiting for that thing to reappear. We try to lead a normal life, but Kai continues to imagine the return of his imaginary friend. My mother checks our pantry and fridge daily, often freaking out, thinking we're running out of food faster than we should. My dad loses it anytime he spots even a bit of dirt on the floor, and I wake up in the middle of the night at least 3 times a week with that awful sense that something has been licking my feet. My roommate is too normal, and he's scaring me. It's hard to know where to begin with something like this. Start at the beginning. Well, yeah, no shit, that's obvious. But how do you know where the beginning is? Life isn't neat. It isn't broken down into little plots with defined starts and ends. It's one big mess of choices and coincidences that merge and weave together to make what is normally a very boring story. So I'll preface this by giving you what you need to know about me. I'm not smart. Ask anyone who knows me. These days, they'll say I'm reliable, responsible, personable, and lots of other ibbles and ables that mean nothing. But I've been very stupid at times, made some very dumb mistakes and choices that I still pay for. But I'd say nearly everyone has at some point. So, second, I want you to know I'm not a bad guy. To say I'm a good man would be a stretch. I'll agree, but I'm not cruel or unkind or even particularly hateful. I don't even hate my mother, however much she might deserve it. Anyways, here goes. My roommate is normal. That might not sound bad, almost sounds like a compliment even, but it's terrifying. He's just left, gone to do something I really couldn't say. But it feels like when you're in the deep end of a pool and come up for air, or when you've been lost in the woods for hours and just found a trail you recognize. It's that kind of relief. And all because this guy is seriously screwing with me. Somehow, no one notices him. He just blends in. And yet, he's ruining my life. Let me rewind to this particular story's beginning, as all stories probably should, except the super weird or time travel related. It was summer, a month or so ago. I had just been promoted to a full-time job, assistant manager of a Whataburger. I was hoping to finally follow in my big sister's tiny shoes and find a place of my own, moving out of her spare room. I live in a pretty big city. Not Austin or Dallas or anything, but big enough rent is pretty crazy if you want to own your own pad that isn't in a ghetto or between 2 crack dens. I found the perfect place, about a 20-minute drive from my Whataburger. Not too central, but central enough. $770 a month. 2 bedrooms. I could survive. Just. But in the long term, I'd need a roommate. Going halves on that, and I'd be able to save, invest, that sort of shit. So I hit up social media. Tried to find someone to fill my gap. Didn't take all that long, maybe a week or 2 screening out the weirdos. My sis helped me vet the guy. His name was Mike. 26. Same as me. Worked an entry-level white-collar type office job somewhere in the city. Typical hobbies, didn't smoke, drink, or do drugs, which was good for me. We decided to meet him. My sis, Jen, came up towards the end of my shift. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon, so plenty quiet, and we mostly just shot the shit while I wiped a few tables and looked busy. Not that the main manager was in. Then he came. I'd said, I finish at 3, so maybe come around then. And I could swear, the moment that the clock struck 3, he came through the doors. We recognized him from the app we'd found him on. I can't remember what exactly it was now. Either way, neither of us found anything odd then, when we first met Mike. He was civil, good posture, fairly well-spoken, with a normal smile set in a normal face. What did you think? I asked Jen. She shrugged. Better than a crackhead. dude seems normal. What did he say he does for fun again? I couldn't remember then, and I sure as hell have no idea now. He only walked out maybe 10 minutes ago, but if you asked me for the specifics, I think I'd struggle. He had one of those faces like an extra from an old TV show. The kind of guy who's there somewhere in every episode, but you never even notice until someone points them out. He just blends in. He isn't ugly, and he isn't handsome. He has no notable scars or marks, and if you put a gun to my head and really forced me, I'd guess his hair and eyes were brownish. But I wouldn't want to be in a position where I'd stake my life on it. For the first week or so, he was great. Well, average. He normally cleaned up after himself okay and wasn't too loud. We didn't really talk. Didn't hang out at all. He just didn't seem the type. He had his life and I had mine. Or so I thought. My job involved some pretty long hours. The head manager of my restaurant is also the franchisee, Mr. Dixon, or Dick, as we all call him. He takes what he calls a hands-off approach. That means he's basically never in, and I'm stuck doing almost everything. Some days I work as long as 12 hours. I don't mind though. Keeps my mind off things, and the overtime pay is pretty sweet. Most mornings, Dick'll stick his head and its many chins in the door and say, "Something's come up. I gotta go downtown. You got this, champ?" "Sure," I'll say. Good man. Keep this up and you'll go far." And that'll be the last I see of him. Sometimes he might turn up at close, grab a Diet Dr. Pepper, and sit there sucking at it while we shoot the shit and I sort the kitchen. On a Saturday night, he might occasionally take me to some bar, catch a game or something. He always pays too. I don't mind, I kind of like the responsibility. If you've never worked in fast food, it's pretty tiring physically. You're on your feet all day, keeping track of 100 things at once. As a manager, I should probably be doing more, managing, but invariably, at least one or two of the high schoolers stoners we employ won't show, so I have to jump on the grill. It's fine, makes me tired enough I can just go home and collapse at the end of the day. And don't have to think about anything too hard. If I'm not working on Sunday, I might get out of my battered old Honda Civic and visit my sister. She's got a good job. Receptionist at a fancy golf club about an hour south of town. We don't talk to her parents much. Not anymore. It's always been us against the world. When I was younger, a lot of my friends never really understood how I could be so close to Jen. I heard all sorts of horror stories about siblings fighting constantly, stealing pocket money from each other, spreading each other's secrets all over school, that sort of thing. I never got it. My big sis was always the only person I could rely on. I wish she was here now. Everything changed a couple of days ago. It was a pretty normal Saturday. I left around 7 a.m. and Mike was already up, sat in the living room, eyes fixed on the TV facing away from me. "I'm heading out," I said as I passed through. "I'll be here," he replied, as always. It was just after the lunch rush had been and gone, and I was sitting pretty behind the counter, talking with one of our new hires. The moment the clock struck 3, there Mike was. I don't think I even heard the door open. It was a weird feeling. One moment I'm talking with this kid, he's telling me he's saving for a car, and everything feels normal. Then there was this pressure, this feeling, like the entire world was watching me. I cut myself off, felt my hairs on my arms rise, and there was this embarrassment. A gut-wrenching sensation, like when your parents have found your weed stash and you know you're about to have all your secrets laid bare. I turned and there he was. Cargo shorts, white t-shirt, looking for all the world like the most average customer you could have. And he was staring at me hard. So I pushed down that feeling, greeted him as warmly as I could muster, being that he is my roommate, and took his order. He did nothing, and it was the most intense moment of my life. He ordered normally, a double meat meal. The kitchen beeped and employees moved around me, and I was stuck, trapped like a deer in the headlights as my roommate continued to stare at me. A cold sweat ran down my face and my arms, and I blurted out the rest of my lines, telling him to wait by the side, but I'm pretty sure I jumbled it all up. The beeps from the kitchen drowned out everything but the blood rushing in my head. He moved over, though, never taking his eyes off me. I was shaking as I packed up his box, keeping my head down, looking only into the sauce trays under the counter. I couldn't bring myself to ask which he wanted, so I just threw a few of each in. Dick would kill me if he was there. I was feeling dizzy, lightheaded, borderline nauseous as I handed over the box. I didn't want to look. I really didn't, but I couldn't stop myself, and I took a quick glance into his normal face. His eyes burned and scalded my soul. That embarrassment returned 100 times stronger, and those night terrors you have about being naked at school felt like nothing in comparison. It was as if he could see every secret, every part of me being laid out like a dissected animal. My heart beat so loudly in my ears, even the kitchen beeps fell away. And for a second, I felt like I was going to throw up or pass out or something. I'd never felt anything like it. Never felt so known. So judged. Just as I could take no more, he thanked me for his meal, and he left. My shirt was stuck to me. Even with the AC on full blast, I had to run to the bathroom, and I probably sat there for 10 minutes once I was done, just waiting for the shaking to subside. When I came out, I went over to the kid who'd been at the counter with me. Hey, you good, man? He said, giving me an odd look. Yeah, sure, why? He shrugged and made a face. You look kind of rough, dude. You sick? I shook my head, trying to place a reassuring smile on my face that probably came out as a grimace. All good, just a little hot in here, don't you think? The employee made a noise that could have meant anything. Anyways, I started. That guy who came in just now, he seemed kind of off to you? Huh? He looked perplexed. Which guy? I tried to recall anything visually that stuck out about him, but it was like trying to find words to describe the taste of water. That guy right now, the cargo shorts, white tee, you're right here with me, man, I said, trying to keep the edge desperation out of my voice. The employee's eyes flicked with recognition. Oh, that guy. Nah, man, he seemed normal. I barely even noticed him. Why? I struggled to find anything to reply with. Dunno. He was almost like too normal, you know? The new hire just looked puzzled. Sure, I guess. I dropped it real quick. It's like I say, my roommate is just normal. It's a weird paradox. He's so normal, no one even seems to notice him, but like, that just makes him too normal. It was that effect he had on me. I'd never seen it before. At home, all he really did when he wasn't in his room was maybe watch TV or eat something. Before now, I don't think he ever really looked my way at all. In fact, now that I think about it, he almost blended in with the beige wallpaper and the gray couch. I couldn't say I'd ever even noticed that before. He was like a lamp or an unused chair that happened to pay half the rent. By the end of my shift, around 10 that night, I was still feeling pretty shaken. In fact, I wasn't feeling like going home. He was always in bed around midnight, so when Dick turned up and hit me with that, "Coming to the bar, sport?" I said sure. I'm sure you know the kind of bar it was. Faux wood paneling on the walls, tacky neon signs, pool tables with ripped up felt, floor always slightly sticky, and Creed blaring on the jukebox. A real dive. The sort of place Dick seemed to like for some reason. Couldn't even figure out why. He had money, lots of it, but he seemed to like the dreary miasma of run-down bars. Dick was spilling over his stool, gulping at his bud, and I was nursing mine over the bar. "So anyways," he goes on, "I always wonder how you manage to stay thin. I mean shit, you build like a crackhead." That elicited an ironic smile from me. Just jeans, I guess, man. That got a chuckle out the big man. "Well, shit, I don't remember the last time I fit in a pair of jeans." I laughed along with him. But today's encounter was eating at me. And a few beers had done a lot to loosen me up. "Hey, look, Dick," I began, struggling to find what to say. I had a real weird customer today. kind of freaked me out. Dick's glazed expression snapped serious. Was it that damn tweaker's always on the 16th of Dallas? I told that fuck he weren't welcome since his last OD in the shitter. No, it wasn't a tweaker. It was this guy. He was like normal. Too normal, you know? No. Can't say I do. I kept pressing, though what answer I wanted I didn't know. He looked normal as hell, but he stared at me. It was super intense, like he could see into my fucking soul. But Dick's eyes were glazing over as he sank what was left of his beer. Heh, I remember when the ladies gave me that kind of look. Maybe he had a little crush on you. And he started giggling. I came back to my senses a few hours later, maybe 2 a.m. I was staggering back towards the apartment. I say that, I was still drunk. Just this part I can remember. I assume I'd shared Dick's Uber and was only about a block away from the apartment. The world was spinning and I was trying to keep upright whilst shuffling in vaguely the right direction. I don't drink much anymore. Not more than 2 beers usually, but today had shaken me. And I'd pounced on that warm feeling that booze gives you. Like everything's gonna be fine and damn whatever comes tomorrow. Tomorrow hit me as hard as I rounded the corner. 1 minute, I was in the reassuring embrace of a drunken stupor. Then I was standing stone cold sober, looking at the unsuspecting 2-story building that was my home. It was cold, I realized, despite my jacket. Yet the sweat came anyway. There was some sense, something prehistoric, primordial. I knew I was prey, being stalked, watched by the ultimate predator. And I knew there was nothing I could do in the face of such overwhelming power. He was watching me. My roommate. He was standing at the window. Had been standing there maybe for hours. I couldn't see him. Not from this far. But I felt it with utter certainty. The adrenaline was flowing. I could feel my heart banging in my chest, and I took a step forward and another. I was drawn in. What the hell else could I do? It was 2 a.m. and that was my home. Slowly, I kept moving forward. Every atom of my being, the sole focus of that presence I felt watching me. There was that small, logical voice in my mind. I'm surprised it was still there. Thought it had died off long ago. Absent as logic was from nearly all my prior decisions. But still, a part of me said there was nothing to fear. It's just a guy. A normal, mortal man with a weird stare. Now, as I said, I've been pretty stupid in the past. I know what it's like to drive yourself into paranoia. Some part of me wondered, as I staggered down the street, if I was just freaking out. If maybe I'd had something other than a beer and shots, if I was high. But I knew I wasn't. And I know I was right to be afraid. I didn't look up at the second floor window when I approached. I didn't want him to know I was scared, but I could feel his gaze beating down on like the summer sun. Could almost feel it singe my flesh. I shuddered, but then I moved around from the side of the building and his presence left me, towards the worn steel stairs. Ascending them, caged by solid steel that rang underfoot, I felt safer. Next came the door. A plain white door marked with a 3B in plain black. I stood there, the automatic light throwing a sulphurish orange glow around me, and in the middle of the door, beneath the plain glossy number, was the peephole. I couldn't tell you how long I stood, poised with the key, looking into the beady little hole. It must have been 2 minutes. Might have been 2 hours. In some way, it was worse than the certainty of knowing he was watching. Maybe he was on the other side, watching my warped form, or maybe he was already asleep. Standing there, adrenaline leaching from my system, probably still way too drunk. I made the decision, unlocked the door, and entered. The apartment was almost as I'd left it in that morning. TV and PS4 were in their place. The fan had been left on. A jumble of wires, chargers, and the router sat on their little end table. Gray couch with miscellaneous stains. Fridge covered in tacky magnets from Jen's trips and old receipts. Everything was normal. Except the window. The window was open. The curtains billowed lethargically in the night's breeze. I stepped up to it, and putting my hands on the sill, I could look out and see exactly where I'd rounded the corner and felt his gaze. I could look and see how I would have been spotlighted by the street lamp. I felt my skin crawl, and I turned to look at my roommate's door. It was closed and hopefully locked. The apartment was still. He either wasn't here anymore or else was asleep. The day was starting to catch up with me, and all the tension and adrenaline had been draining since I came in. I felt unsteady as I closed the door, drew the curtains, staggered through to my room, closed and locked the door as gently as I could, pushing the deadbolt home as quietly as I could imagine. Then I collapsed on the bed. The next morning, I awoke, sticky, reeking, with a miserable pounding in my head and a mouth that tasted like crap. I passed out without turning on my AC, and the hot Texan morning was doing a number on me. I dragged myself from the salt-crusted puddle I'd left, having taken my clothes off some point in the night. A glance at my phone told me it was 11:49, and I had 2% battery left. Shit, I thought. I put the thing on the charge and crawled through to my bedroom. Luckily, both rooms had their own, though I wasn't thinking about my roommate just then. I quickly showered, rinsing away the grime of the stifling night and pissing while I was in there. A quick brush of the teeth and I felt somewhat more normal. Clothes on, I closed my hands around my door handle, determined to make some coffee and start my morning, when yesterday hit me. In a flash, the encounter at the Whataburger and him watching me stagger home. In an instant, I felt scared again. Scared and angry. What the hell was I so afraid of? In the cold light of day, with an aggressive hangover and things to do, it seemed silly to be terrified of my own damn roommate. I unlocked the door with viciousness and grabbed my keys and wallet. As I stepped out, I was greeted with blaring laughter from the TV. Mike was there, facing away, ostensibly watching an old repeat of The Big Bang Theory. His back was straight, unnaturally so. He sat stiff and immobile. Some character quipped and the laugh track erupted, but my roommate wasn't laughing. He was statue-like, my roommate, unflinching at the laughter on the TV, sitting still as a taxidermy, not looking back at me. I could barely bring myself to speak. "Hey," I got out. "Yes," he said. And for the first time, it struck me how flat his voice was. Not even emotionless, but flat. As if someone had taken a recording and screwed with the levels and balancing and left a voice devoid of anything. My mouth moved and no sound came out. Some big punchline went off on the TV, and the laugh track howled and shrieked, and my roommate didn't move or make a sound. "Look," I got out. "I'm gonna be out for the day." The hollow voice came back. "I'll be here." That was what he always said, and for the first time it registered in my brain, not as a friendly affirmative, but as a threat. I all but ran out of the apartment. I was in my shitbox Honda and halfway down the street before I realized that I'd forgotten my phone. I was half tempted to turn around, but decided I wouldn't need it. As I was driving, I realized I was still really pretty drunk, so I stopped for an early lunch at a Burger King. Nothing good, just a double Whopper with cheese. I felt that big slab of meat and bread like that, plus a crappy coffee, might help me sober up. Whether it helped me or not, I don't know. I didn't crash on my way to Jen's place, at least. Once I'd arrived, it was hard to knock normally rather than bashing the shit out of the door, but I restrained myself. Now, I'm kind of a scrawny guy, tall but thin, built, as Dick said, like a crackhead. My sister is quite the opposite, short, a bit chunky, and covered in tattoos. I said hey, trying to not look too insane when she opened the door. "Hey yourself, you could have called," she started. I smiled and shrugged. "Forgot my phone." Had a crazy morning. Right. You coming in? Sue won't be home for a few hours anyway. I nodded and followed her in. It was nice. Jen's apartment. Far nicer now that I moved out. White, modern, minimalist. Besides for the amp and cables strewn across the floor. With a big kitchen and a huge TV we'd both pitched in for. How's the spare room coming along? I asked, trying to seem casual as I poked my head into the room I'd lived in since I was 17. It was bare and empty. All my crappy posters and other crap I'd left long gone. That hurt a little. Like my sister had ripped a part of me out of her life. Not that I could blame her. It's coming. It'll be cool to have an office, she said, coming over to peer in beside me. I nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. Jen is more the creative type than me. Her and Sue wanted a place to work on her music for ages. It's just a hobby, really, but she's always talking about it. And she always needed a special place to work properly. Back in high school, she never did any homework, until our dad set up a little study area in a spare room. So she said, "What's this visit all about?" I sighed hard, crossing my arms as I threw myself on her couch. I sat for a moment, biting my lip as I tried to think of something to say. There weren't any secrets between us, except maybe one of mine, but it was hard to frame it. It's my roommate. Oh, right. What's his name again? I hesitated. Mike, I think. Jen snorted. You think? Some roommate you are. Don't you talk with the guy? No. No? I looked at her, feeling embarrassment rising once again. I'm scared of him. Immediately, her expression sobered. Why? He's not into drugs, is he? No, I started. No, it's not drugs. He's, there's something just real off about him. Off how? Jen pressed. Something we should tell the police? I shook my head. There's nothing to tell them. His behavior is just strange as hell. Was he snooking off in the living room? No. I took a breath. Look, I never speak to the guy. I don't even notice him, but the other day, he came into work and he stared at me. Jen looked unsure. Well, yeah, you live together. Not like that. He's scary, Jen. Terrifying. He came in and stared at me, like he could see into my soul. I watched her face fall at my words. I saw the pity in her eyes, that sudden hard edge of accusation. Are you on anything? She asked. My sister, my rock, and the one person I could trust. She thought I was having a relapse. It broke my heart. People do stupid things. It started in high school. My girlfriend at the time, she got into it through her older brother's friend, and I wanted her to think I was cool. Stupid shit. I won't get into it here. I've been clean for 5 years. Now, all thanks to Jen. But her reaction made it all come back. I talked longer. I explained as well as I could, told her about last night, about this morning. Finally, she was coming around. And he wasn't laughing? He was just sitting there, she asked. Yeah. Well, it was the Big Bang Theory. I don't know anyone who laughs at that. I kept my frustration buried. Yeah, but he was just completely emotionless. Not moving, not blinking. Okay. I can see why you're freaking out a bit, she said. Thank you, I said sardonically. But what the hell should I do? She leaned back into the couch, looking sidelong at me. I guess I'll have to mediate. What do you mean? I mean, I'll talk to him, figure out if he's got something against you or why he's so weird, she explained. Okay, Jen, thanks. I'm glad you believe me. It was a weight off my chest, having my sister back on my side. She always was, even when my own parents threw me out. She'd done a lot for me, and here she was coming to my rescue again. It's isolating, going through things alone. Just having a single person to share these things with brought a sense of peace and security I'd been missing for a day. We'd been talking for nearly an hour at this point, and Jen agreed to come back with me, talk to my creepy-ass roommate, and help me sort all this shit out. I was standing, grabbing my keys off the kitchen counter when I looked out the window. What the fuck? It slipped out of me. along with every shred of hope I'd gained since I left that morning. "What?" said Jen, peeking around my elbow. He was there. The other side of the road. Standing. Watching. Jen tensed as she saw him. "He isn't moving," she said, an edge creeping into her voice. "Nope." "Okay, wait here. I guess that'll make it easier," Jen said as she slunk into her room, coming back out with her purse. "Makes what easier?" I asked, as she began digging through all the receipts and crap in her bag. Not laughing at shit sitcoms I get, but no one stalks my little brother. She emerged from her bag with a spray bottle. I blinked. "What's that?" She rolled her eyes at me. "Deodorant, dipshit." She only called me that when she was super pissed. "What do you think? It's fucking Mace. You're right. This guy's a fucking creep. Following you out here, and now he knows where I live too?" She gave me a look as she strode to the door. "I'm sorry I ever doubted you, bro," she said. In that instant, a flicker of my old hope returned. At least I could always count on my sister. She stormed out the door in a fury, pepper spray in hand, shoulders set. She might be short, but she could be terrifying in her own way at times. My roommate, however, didn't move. He just stood, rooted to the sidewalk, in front of the apartment block opposite, and he was still staring at me, not noticing 411 of protective older sibling marching towards him. She was right on him when he turned. It was slow. She was shouting, bringing up the spray can. When Mike began to speak, he turned and looked at Jen, and her shoulders fell. I couldn't hear them, not from in here. I had no idea what they were saying, but Jen seemed to fall inwards on herself. Together, she and my roommate turned, facing me. Mike kept speaking, and Jen looked down at her feet. He put a hand on her shoulder, almost reassuring. She dropped the can, and my gut dropped with it. I have no idea what happened, what he said, but next thing I knew, Jen was coming back over. Mace picked back up. At the door, she stopped, and I saw the tears on her cheeks. Her voice wobbled. "Get out." I couldn't understand. What's wrong with him? Is he gonna let... Jen points to the pepper spray in my face. "Get the fuck out. Never talk to me again or I'll call the fucking police." My mind raced and I felt sick as she slammed the door on me. With nothing else to do, I looked about the street, but my roommate was gone. I was shaking, probably in shock as I walked back to my car. I was breathing hard. I didn't even know I was driving until I pulled into my parking spot, just as the sun was going down in a big splash of orange. What the hell did he tell Jen? What could he have told her? And why the fuck would Jen believe my weird roommate? I couldn't make sense of any of it. I shut my eyes and pounded on my dashboard, probably making the cracks in it worse. But I didn't care. I tried to tell myself that it was an act, that Jen was doing something to get rid of Mike. I just needed to trust her. But part of me knew there are mistakes I've made, ones I've only told Jen about, sure, and also one I've never told anyone. If my roommate somehow knew it, if that's what he told Jen, I could see that leading to a reaction. But I couldn't see how he could know, or why she'd ever believe him. I looked up at my apartment. He might have already been back. Probably was. But I needed my phone at least. I figured that I might as well take all my crap, leave town for a few days until this is all sorted out. I think I could sort shit out with Dick, not lose my job. Besides, I was gonna have to deal with Mike. I came up. He was there, standing in the kitchen, with his back to me. It was like being in a room with a temperamental nuclear bomb. I felt so tense. I don't know if I was trying to speak, that'd be pathetic, but I kept my breathing shallow and stepped as lightly as I could across my room. If anything, I think he kept turning, kept his back to me. As soon as my door was locked, I grabbed my gym bag and stuffed it full of every piece of clean clothing I could find. Then went toothpaste, toothbrush, deodorant. Then came a knock on my door. I froze, heart smacking my ribs. Then came his voice, still and terrible. "You want to leave?" It wasn't a question. "That wouldn't be a very smart choice," it continued. I wasn't sure what I could have done. No words came to mind. Everything was blank. There was nothing I could do but listen to that still, dispassionate, almost artificial voice. "You should have been honest with Jen. Years ago." I clenched my fist, my teeth, my whole body tightened against my will. "It weighs heavily," the voice stated. "So very heavy." I felt hot, flushed, every muscle tensed as I sat and listened. It's important to talk. There was nothing I wanted more than to be somewhere else, anywhere. I almost considered diving through the window. "It would be best if you confessed." I shut my eyes, willing my roommate to leave, to give me a chance to get to my car. "Then I will go now. I have some things to see to, but I am very willing to listen when you return." The outer door slammed. Suddenly, I jumped, almost cried out, as all the tension suddenly bled away. I have no idea what the fuck he was talking about. He's been gone a while now, and I finished packing my stuff. I'm going to leave now, get as far as I can tonight. Then I'll give Dick a call. Sort out work. Looks like Jen's blocked me on everything. I guess I might have to go talk to my parents. And now on to part 2 of the story, titled, "My Roommate Has Turned My Family Against Me, so I'm going to kill him." It's been a day, maybe 2, I'm not sure anymore. As soon as I'd finished writing my last bit, I'd grabbed the laptop, thrown all my stuff in the car, and got as far as I could, as fast as I could. Some of y'all have said I shouldn't fear Mike, my weird roommate, but you weren't there, trapped in my bedroom as he made his demands through the door. You didn't see him destroy my closest relationship in a few choice words. He's a monster, and he's trying to destroy me. After the events of today, I've decided I'm going to kill him first. I'm staying at some crappy motel about an hour and a half north, right up near the Oklahoma border. I'm still not sure why I went north. My parents have a house about a half hour east, though I promised myself I'd never go back to them, that I'd stay away from this area as long as I lived. But with Jen having cut me off completely, I guess my parents was the only place I had left to go. The conversation with Dick had gone smoothly, or so I thought. I called him that first night, when I stopped. "Hey, Dick." "Hey there, sport. Better not be calling out sick for tomorrow. It's looking like we might have a no-show." "Look, man, I'm really sorry, but I'm dealing with some heavy personal stuff at the moment, you know?" Dick's voice returned after a distant grumbling. "Well, champ, that ain't exactly being a team player, is it? It's about trust. If I can't trust..." I cut him off. "Look, Dick." My mind raced looking for an excuse. "I don't want to do this, but it's my roommate. He's deep into some serious shit. A drug dealer or something. He's tried to kill me. I already called the cops, but I need to lie low for a few days." I paused as I cast my mind about. "You say it's about trust? Well, I trust you, Dick. You can't tell anyone where I am or that I called you. Just give me a few days and keep quiet, and I'll have this all sorted out. I swear, man." Silence for nearly a minute. "Well, goddamn, sport." There was a surprise in his voice, but no doubt. At least through the phone. "Look, man, I knew you had a rough past when I hired you." "I know, man, but I'm out of that life. I haven't done anything wrong. This new roommate has brought it all back down on me. All I want is to work hard, be successful like you, Dick." The lie came with sickening ease. There was a supportive edge to Dick's voice, almost a pride. "You've come a long way. I dare say you're about the best assistant manager I've had. You deal with your thing. I'll keep shit locked down here." I sighed in relief, some shred of pressure finally letting me go. At least I'd have a job to go back to when I sorted out this nightmare. "Thanks, Dick. That really means a lot, man. I won't let you down." "Anytime, son," he said. "And thanks for choosing Whataburger." And that was the end of that. By this point, it was nearly 10 at night. Luckily, there was a crummy diner still open, just a few minutes walk down from the motel. The land was flat and barren under the black shroud of the night, interspaced with the sickly amber glow of humming streetlights. Nothing accompanied me on the walk. Cars passed occasionally, heading through onto places brighter and less lonely, no doubt. A wind howled across the scrub land, and approaching the diner, I turned my head out of the wind and saw that opposite was a little church. A humble place, just a brick building with a peaked roof and a big white cross on the side, lit by some floor lights. It stuck out to me though, as I ducked into the empty diner and settled in a booth with peeling red vinyl on the seats, resting my hands on the sticky tabletop. As I ordered, there was nowhere to look but that church, standing by its lonesome on the wrong side of a nowhere highway in an arid and unwelcoming part of the world. I've never believed. Not really. My parents do, of course, but I was always more influenced by Jen. Her aloofness just made the whole concept seem so childish. Who needs stories and belief when you can just be sensible and life will work out? When I was younger, I'll admit, I wasn't sensible. I made dumb mistakes to impress a girl and I lost her anyway. Gained nothing but a few months in rehab and an end to my formal education. We went to church, our family. I've heard the sermon, sat through Exodus and the Psalms. When I was a kid, looking over to my big sis, arms folded and a smirk on her face. It was reassuring. It made the good book seem like nothing but a scary story to get little boys and girls to obey their parents and their preachers. Now I wonder, all that stupidity I did, those regrets I have, that secret. The chicken tenders arrived lukewarm and underseasoned, dry as the arid waste around the diner. I choked them down with a Diet Coke, as I choked down my fears with cold reason. If there's someone up there judging me, then that's his business and it's for later. Maybe not much later. I couldn't help but look back across the church, and there he was, still as the grave, standing at the bottom of the cross like Longinus himself, my roommate. He was watching me, and it almost made me itch. The Honda was parked at the motel, basically next door, just a few seconds sprint. It might as well have been on the moon. I dropped a few crumpled notes on the table and bolted for the door. If there had been anyone at the counter, they might as well have been invisible. So focused was my vision. Even across the street, I could feel it. How our gaze was locked. To describe his eyes as unnatural would be an understatement, like describing the fires of damnation as uncomfortably warm. He could see me, and with his scene of the body came the scene of the soul. I felt exposed, like a hare in an empty field with eagles above. My legs were carrying me backwards towards the motel, and he was just standing, gray hoodie and cargo pants. Most normal fellow you've ever seen, except those piercing eyes. My calves touched something behind me, and I was free, the connection broken. I was in the parking lot of the motel, backed up against the bumper of my trusty, rusty Civic. And right then, I felt I would have fallen to my knees and kissed the scuff spot where its H badge had been stolen. But I was still panicked, hurrying. I instead dove into the driver's seat and slammed it into drive as the 2-liter roared to life. I flicked on the lights, and there he was, at the end of the motel parking lot, just after the speed hump and before the main road. He was looking my way still, eyes fixed on me. I didn't make eye contact. Instead, I focused on his mouth. I couldn't hear it, but I could see it. "Confess," he said, over and over again. He was saying it as I dropped the parking brake. Still he said it as I shot down the parking lot, barreling towards him. "Confess," he said, as I bounced high off the speed bump, momentarily losing sight of him as my headlights ramped up. And when the front end bounced down at nearly 50 miles an hour, when I should have smashed into him and shattered his bones, he was gone. I nearly understeered into the church as I sped off east out of town, like a man being chased by the devil himself. My parents lived in a big old ranch, and I made the trip in less than 22 minutes. It was dark, there was no one around, and I drove with my lights off, just in case I was being followed. Parking the Civic up beside my dad's F-150 made it look comically small. The whole ranch had that effect. A big 3-story house with a wraparound porch, the old stars and stripes hanging by the Lone Star of Texas, as typical as could be. It wasn't an actual farm. Hadn't been since long before my mom and dad bought it and moved in. I had to sit there for a while. Engine off, breeze rattling through the night, hands resting on the cracked old dashboard. The lights were on, in the living room, but the curtains were drawn. I was reflecting. Maybe he just dropped down next to the speed hump or threw himself aside at the last second. There had to be a sensible, non-mystical answer for all of this. I was still reflecting when my phone buzzed. 11:54 p.m. An email from Whataburger Corporate. My heart was doing its rib-beating routine. As I read through the email, I was fired. In short, panic started to fill me as I flicked through apps, and there, in my texts, I found it. A few messages I'd missed under the name Dickhead Boss. 10:22 p.m. Call me. It's urgent. A few minutes later, you lied to me, champ. Call me now. Urgent. A few minutes later, he's told me everything. I've already called the police. Told them all that crap you told me. A minute later, you ever show your face around here, you're dead. Thumbs up emoji. Didn't mean to send that. That was it. That fucker had taken my apartment, my sister, and now my crappy job. He wouldn't even let me eat bland chicken in peace. I might have gone to my dad's house looking for help, maybe somewhere to stay to plan, but this was it. Clearly my roommate wouldn't stop until he'd taken everything from me. I was out of the car and halfway to the porch when the door opened. There, silhouetted from the light behind him, like some deficit phantom, was my overweight father, holding a shotgun. With a pang, I recognized it. An old wood furniture Remington. My dad had picked it up for $70 not long before I was born, and I'd shot my first hog with it. Jen called. His voice growled as I looked up into the light, eyes struggling to adjust. She said you might come. Also said I shouldn't let you step a damn foot inside this house. That I should just call the police and be done with you. He stood still as a rock, shotgun across his chest, not quite as threatening as if he was pointing it at me. Still a very nasty thing to do in front of your own son, though. Yeah, not surprised. Things have gone to shit a little, Dad. He didn't move. I don't know what she said. I couldn't make excuses, wouldn't matter. You wouldn't believe me. My dad lowered the shotgun at that, letting it dangle from one hand. Heck no, it wouldn't. I nodded. What'd she think I've done this time? No idea. She was crying, though. I don't like it when you make my own daughter cry. I shrugged, remembering which of us made her cry more, but I let it go. Me neither. I wish I knew what I did. My old man tensed at that. Can't remember. You back on that smack? I shook my head, wounded by the statement. No, Dad, I haven't touched that shit in years, not any drugs. Haven't had it so much as a beer in a few days. My father finally seemed to settle, to deflate a little, and I saw how old he looked. His beard, which I remembered as a big, black, bushy thing, had gone to gray, and his eyes were haggard, face lined with 100 little wrinkles. She said you were sober. Told me that much, at least. Besides, I can hardly imagine you driving all this way high. What do you want? We don't have any cash, so don't even ask. It hurt a lot. I'd come a long way. A really long way. In the last 5 years. I'd sobered up. I'd gotten a job, stuck with it, made it to my counseling, and even moved out of my sister's and her girlfriend's apartment. But my dad still just saw me as a drug addict, looking for money for another hit. My breaths came ragged and my cheeks stung. The whether with rage or embarrassment or anger, I had no clue. I was a vortex of pain and rawness just then. It took me a long, lingering while to collect myself, to gather some sense of composure. I'm going away, Dad. Far away. I yanked out my wallet, showed him the wad of cash in here. I'd withdrawn everything, every last dollar from an ATM on the way out of town. It was at once an impressive stack, but also so little. About $9,000. My whole worth. Every scrape I'd saved over the years, I'd been fixing myself. I don't need any money, Dad. I just wanted to make peace with myself. Say goodbye to the house, to Mom. That's all. I almost believed my own lie as I said it. Gonna make a new life somewhere? Head north, across the border maybe? There was an edge to Father's voice. We'll see. He nodded and let me in. Whatever the Bible might say on S-word, clearly he thought I was already damned. The house hadn't changed much. Some polished wood floors and ugly green wallpaper. My mother was sat in her old chair there in the living room, but I didn't approach. I stood at the bottom of the stairs. Mind if I go say goodbye to my old room? I asked. My father is a lot of things, and in a lot of ways, we couldn't be more different. He's a homophobe who kicked out his own daughter, a man who used his voice or his strength to get his way. Thought differing opinions equated to a lack of respect, and of course, he was deeply devout. But in one way, we couldn't be more alike. My dad is a fucking idiot. And being an idiot, he nodded, before settling down in his own chair in the living room, shotgun lying by his feet. On the third story were the 3 bedrooms, mine and Jen's, left and right, opposite each other. I walked past, didn't even spare them a glance. The master bedroom hadn't had a lock in my childhood, and that clearly hadn't changed as I let myself in. The walk-in closet was still on the right, and with barely 4 foot of that for my mom and dad's Sunday best, the rest was dominated by the same massive 6-foot-tall safe. The last time I've been here, I've been on the cusp of the biggest mistake of my life. This time, I hoped things would be different. I had come so far. I would never fall back to what I had been that I promised myself. The old digital keypad looked as it had 9 years ago, when I'd left this house, thinking that would be the last time. As I went to type in the code, I realized what a long shot it was. Surely my dad would have known someone had been through his safe. Would he have changed the code? 12/19, Jen's birthday. The idiot. The safe clicked and I swung the door open. There was my dad's other pride and joy. Shotguns for birds, shotguns for hogs, AR-15s, AR-10s, semi-autos, and lever actions of nearly every configuration. Bolt actions from Winchester, Springfield, CZ, Tikka, Mauser, and Ruger. Some were new, others had served in wars long past. Cartridges were piled high, boxes of everything from 12 gauge to 410, from 22 long to 50 Browning. My father's hoard of ordnance, his shrine to his own saints, John Moses Browning and Samuel Colt. In many ways, I truly believe my father might be the most Texan man ever born. More than 40 long guns, and yet my head looked past them all. On the door, there was a rack, and on that rack was my dad's handguns. And among his fancy and historical pistols, between a 1911 my great-grandfather had carried in the war and a .44 Magnum of Dirty Harry fame, my hand was drawn to a single, unassuming Glock. There were other guns just as good, if not better. A couple of H&Ks, a CZ, but either my hand was moving on its own accord or some part of my mind had a very dark and ironic sense of humor. I took that Glock 20, grabbed its polymer holster, a box of 10mm Spear gold dot ammunition, and a couple of spare mags, and quickly armed myself. Felons are not allowed to own firearms in the state of Texas, but borrowing from family is something of a gray area. The inner waistband holster hid the big gun even on my skinny frame, and my rear pockets and jacket hid the mags and ammo well enough. A quick peek in the mirror and I looked no more suspicious than I normally am to my father. Back downstairs, I turned and looked at what was left of my family. My father, big and gray and angry, and my mother. She'd always been a small woman, in both stature and character, but now she was practically skeletal, shrouded in a blanket the color of dirt. Her eyes were sunken in her head, those big, pale eyes. She looked pathetic. The last thing Jen had said before she'd been forced out in the middle of the night was that my mom was a coward for staying, that dad would suck all the life out of her. Jen was right, like usual, and my mom looked like more of an emaciated addict than I had ever been. I wanted to pity here, but this was the woman who'd sat by her husband, that had thrown out her children, driven away her side of the family, and shunned his own. She could have left. All that he was never physically violent, not to his family. But no, she'd always been weak. She was in a hell of her own making, and she could walk through the door at any time. I don't hate her. Worse, I feel nothing for her. Goodbye. The words came without feeling, without meaning, and I left. As I was pulling the Civic back onto the road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. My stomach dropped, and I'd half expected. There was Mike, my good old stalker roommate, standing on the porch, having an animated conversation with my father. I turned out and was picking up speed. As the first shots came from behind, my dad, at the edge of his fence, was shooting at me. I was already a quarter mile gone and picking up speed fast, and whatever birdshot or buckshot he had loaded was coming nowhere near me. Still, it's an unsettling feeling having your own father shooting at you. I noticed as well, Mike was nowhere to be seen, and he hadn't come in a car or anything. I would have seen it. Whatever the hell he is, he has a date with the gold folks of Spear Ammunition, and I wasn't going to keep him waiting. It wasn't like I had anything else either. Everything I'd ever worked for, whoever I'd had to rely on, had all been ripped away by my oh-so-normal roommate. Thinking back, I'm sure it was Jen who picked him up in the first place. There had been others who could have been my roommate, lots of them. I remember more about them than Michael anyway. There was a Chinese post-grad student, liked playing League of Legends. Some European guy must have been 6'7", just kept smiling and talking about how he liked American girls. A half Indonesian, half Jamaican wannabe rapper. He'd seem fun. And who could forget some guy from Dallas who was convinced his grandfather had been the second gunman on the grassy knoll. All that was rushing through my head as I drove nearly aimlessly. I had taken a right out of my dad's place instead of heading back towards town. I was pressing into the wide expanse of North Texas. At Perryton, I headed south, cutting through the wide desert plains under the lights of the moon and the stars. Nothing but me, the road, and my memories. At Pampa, nearly 1 a.m., I stopped at a Taco Bell. It was the only place still open, and they gave me a shitty look, as they were closing in about 5 minutes. So I drove on with my Crunchwrap Supreme congelating in its wrapper, and my Baja Blast growing warm and diluted. East I went, seemingly taking no notice as the world passed me by outside. I couldn't tell you how I was feeling. There was something tranquil about that night. The road stretched on forever, and it felt like I had all the time in the world. And yet, I knew now there would be no escape. Whatever was happening was beyond my ability to control or to understand. Jen gets stressed when that happens. She gets all anxious, starts biting her nails, picking at her hair. I've never really been like that. As I see it, you should only care about things you can control. If it's something bigger than you, war, politics, news, even workplace drama you ain't the center of, why care? Maybe that's what made me so susceptible to drugs back in high school. It was something I could do. At that time in your life when you have no control, no autonomy, no school or at home, drugs are a conscious decision. It's a way of striking back at the man. And then you're in the gripes of addiction, and your priorities get fucked. Getting high isn't a choice. It's the most important part of your day. School, hygiene, friends, it all comes in a very distant second behind drugs, and the harder the drugs, the further back those other priorities fell. I stopped, somewhere over the border, in Oklahoma. Some nameless patch of dirt on the roadside. I ate my Crunchwrap and chugged my Baja Blast, and it was the best thing I'd ever eaten. I've thought about this, about what's coming. This morning, either I'm gonna die or Mike is. It's a good feeling, having something that final to look forward to. Every minute out here, under the moon, feels like an hour of bliss. If I don't write anything else, know I'm dead and rotting in some nameless ditch somewhere in Oklahoma. Part 3. And the post is titled, "My Roommate Wants Me to Confess." Well, Here it is. And the post reads as follows. A lot's happened. I need to confess. The police are already on their way. So I guess I should start today at its beginning. I slept for a while. The seats in the '03 Civic can recline totally flat and it's not too uncomfortable. Unless you haven't showered in a couple days and have a Safariland holster inside your waistband, digging a Glock into your nuts. Still, I must have caught some sleep because next thing I knew, dawn was streaming in through the windshield. Somewhere in the night on the 152, I passed into Oklahoma. It was strange, but when you cross into another state, it seems like the scenery always changes, don't it? The dusty, arid, endless expanse of Texas had given way to a new greenness. Healthy grass and stands and cut pieces of live oak, all under a beautiful virgin sky. Under the impression I was heading towards my death, I sat for a long while, just taking in that golden majesty that struck the scattered clouds, burnishing them into a silver gleam. I loved that sunrise. It still might be the last I see. Eventually, I knew I had to go on. It was a long drive. I turned north at a nameless crossroad onto the 283. I stopped in Cheyenne for my last breakfast as a free man. A little diner, can't even remember the name. I was stressed. Crossing state lines as a felon concealed carrying a weapon does that to you. I was tired. The weight of the last few days weighing on my back, heavy as the cross. I had a breakfast burrito and a sweet tea. It was pretty good, considering the state I was in. This part of Oklahoma, the Black Kettle National Grassland, wasn't new to me. I've driven these roads once before. You might wonder why I'm driving away, why I'm not back when I intend to confront Mike. Well, I think he'll meet me where I'm headed. I think he knows the place, and I know he knows what I've done. North, then east from Cheyenne, there's a nameless town just there. Go a little past and an unpaved road it cuts north to south. Take it and head north a few miles. And there it was. The whole grassland is a tangle of brush, thickets of trees, and a few hills breaking sight lines. On a hill not too far left on the road, there stands a lone oak. And buried under its twisted branches is a man that was named Peter. Mike was there, as I knew he would be, clad in jeans and a leather jacket. Despite the oppressive heat that hit me when I opened the door, his face I cannot describe. It was beyond imagining or comprehension. I approached as casually as I could, trying to give away nothing through my body language that conveyed the massive violence I was about to inflict. 50 feet. I walked closer. 30 feet. Closer still. 10 feet. I stopped. He said nothing. He stood still, above a shallow grave I now intended that he would share with Peter. My right foot went back. Hands came up to my side. Left hand whipped up my shirt. Right wrapped around the gun. Both my hands met, center chest, high. A perfect grip. I pushed the gun out, forwards, sights aligned to my right eye. The draw had taken less than a second. Mike had no time to react, but he didn't try to. The rounds rang out across the prairie. 1, 2, 3. The gun kicked hard. 10mm always kick harder than you think. Brass leapt from the side and tumbled to my right. 4, 5, 6, 7. Shooting without ear protection. Even out in the open feels shit. Like getting kicked in both sides of the head at once. Rattling your brain. It didn't register at first. I was a good shooter. Even if I haven't done it in nearly a decade. You don't lose the skill. Only some polish. Yet at 10 feet, even a child would land most of their shots. And Mike still stood before me. Unflinching. Unchanged. Where the bullets went, I have no idea. But they didn't touch the average-looking man with the burning eyes before me. I stood. Just stood. Gun still raised, rounds left in the magazine. But I knew it was pointless. My heart had sank as low as it could already. As soon as I saw him from the car, all I felt then was numb. Completely drained of all emotion. It's like when you're a kid, trying every trick in the book to get out of school and avoid a test. When you fake being sick, try and start a fight. Shout a bunch of swears and slurs, try and run out of the classroom. But your teacher brings you back. Sits you down at your desk and you just look at the sheet. Knowing that there's no way out. No escape. Like that, but 1,000 times stronger. knowing you've lost. I'd lost a long time ago. Before Mike moved in, before I left home, before I buried Peter. Before the first time I'd stolen the exact gun clasped in my hands, before I'd bought the drugs for my girlfriend. I had lost, and Mike had won. I slackened my arms, gun hanging uselessly from my hand. I stepped forward into a normal pose, one parallel yet somehow inferior to his. I still couldn't meet his eyes, couldn't feel known. But he must have known me anyway. Look at me. His voice rang out. It was alien. It was inhuman. That voice, so balanced, so unfeeling, so perfect. There was no way to resist. My eyes pulled themselves up with no input from me. I looked him in the eye, and he strode forward, over the grave. As he saw me and understood me, so too did I know him. But I could never understand the being before me. He who had led shining armies when the world was young, who had sent endless and timeless evils and vanquished them all. He who weighed souls and bore justice on levels so cosmic and inhuman. He who found my guilt as it weighed down my wretched soul. Peter waits below, for trumpets and voices from above. Is that fair? I knew it wasn't. I wanted to protest, say the world is by nature unfair. There are plans far larger than any of you. It is not your place to take a life, no matter your reason. I fell to my knees before him. What I had done to Peter, in my head, it had just been a twist of fate, an accident. Are you worthy of forgiveness? Are you responsible enough to admit you're failing? No, I wasn't. All my life, I'd refused to make choices. I'd hid behind my sister, behind addiction. I'd never once really taken responsibility for anything. Hell, I'd basically forced Jen to find my apartment for me, and she was the one who'd gotten me hired in the first place. Screw you, came out of my mouth before I realized I spoke. I was sick of the shame, the guilt. Michael seemed almost to grow, to flex, and to wax brighter despite not moving. I've cast down greater snakes than you. Just confess and this can end. I was still locked by his gaze, his ancient and all-seeing eyes. He wanted me to give a confession, an admission of guilt, for me to stop hiding, to take responsibility for once in my wretched, pathetic life. Well, here it is. It was September 24th, 2017. My girlfriend Lily and I were skipping school as usual. I'd stolen about $200 out of my dad's wallet, and we were heading for the haunt of our local dealer. It was our normal routine, if the routine of a H addict can ever be called normal. Suffice to say, we got high, doing it in her bathroom, in her empty house. We both got high, we both passed out. Only I woke up. Cold and dead. Covered in her own shit and vomit, I left her there. She wasn't found until her parents came home the next day. And whilst the police wanted to talk to me, I wasn't anywhere to be found. Because I was in Oklahoma. I'd called my drug dealer late. Once I'd got my brain back together after the H in Lily's death. I pretended she was still alive, that she wanted more, that she'd suck him off for it. He laughed down the phone, and I told him to meet me up north of town. Near her place, I'd lied. She lives north of town, and we're way too high to drive to Amarillo. I'd been certain he believed me. I'd already been to my father's place, grabbed his Glock 20, and was waiting by my car. At 11:53 p.m., a car, a 13 Camry, pulled up. I didn't hesitate in the darkness. Didn't even try and confirm my target. 5 rounds in the chest, 2 in the head. I think it's fair to say, most people haven't seen what 10mm self-defense hollow point rounds do to a human body. The entry wounds look normal, but it blasts chunks out of the exit. It can shatter bones, and if it hits you in the head, everything is coming out the back. So Peter was there, a bloody, malformed mess leaking into the desert, and not my drug dealer. Just a random passerby, perhaps a concerned middle-aged man, stopping to see if he could help a teen stranded in the desert. I stuffed most of them in a suitcase I'd bought, the big one I'd used when I got kicked out of the house. I left his car there, still idling as I took off into the dark with my grim cargo. I sped blindly down the roads, panicking, lights off. I'd be surprised I remember the route, except that the white knuckle drive is seared into my memory. By the time I'd finished burying Peter, it was nearly midday. I cleaned myself up with wet wipes, I used his own cash to get lunch to get a room at a motel. Then I drove back home and pretended nothing had happened. On the news, I heard of a single father. Wife passed away, working 2 jobs to support 2 young daughters, who disappeared on his way home one night. I heard how his car had been found, evidence at the scene leading the missing persons case to be upgraded to a homicide investigation. I didn't have to pretend to be crushed when Jen told me they'd found Lily. Some part of me must have still been hoping. That day crushed me. After I committed my murder and buried that father of 2 in a shallow grave beneath that oak tree, I spent years getting high. I stole from Jen, probably thousands. I stole from her girlfriends too, from my parents' house as well, and probably from whatever friends I still had. My father hadn't always been a monster. I remember our first hunting trip, how he'd been gruff and quiet, but told me how proud he was when I put that hog down. My mother had never said no to me, always showering me with love. We'd spend Saturdays baking cookies together. It was me that destroyed them. I fell harder and harder, got into bad crowds, did drugs, started getting loud and threatening at home. There's only so long you can worry about a person, try to help them before you just become numb to it. I'd sucked every ounce of goodwill and love they'd ever had out of them before they even kicked me out, leaving them with souls turned to stone. Jen had to nurse and baby me through all that shit. And all the while, I never did a single thing for anyone, not even myself. It was Jen who made me go to rehab a couple of times. It was Jen who'd arranged and paid for my counseling. It was Jen who'd got me the interview at Whataburger. I am nothing but a parasite, a leech. All my life, I have done nothing but take. I've taken all the joy from my parents, taken all the time and love my sister ever had, and I've taken a father from his little girls. Michael heard this. I screamed at him. Not so neat or so thought through. He heard and he said nothing. He just watched. And I felt small beneath his eternal, immortal sight. So then I took out my phone. The 911 operator I got sounded like an older lady. She had a kind voice, and she listened very patiently to my confession as I filled in the blanks in an 8 or 9-year-old murder case. Then she informed me that the police were on their way, that they would be armed, that I should make no sudden movements, and that they would be with me in about an hour. And Michael was gone. So here I am, after a life of taking. For once, I've given. One measly confession from a coward. This was all I had to give. So I figured I'd give it out here too. Thanks to anyone who stuck with the story. Not to get all cliche, but it looks like the real monster was me all along. Typical, ain't it? I can hear the sirens now. I still have the chance to pussy out or to go out in a blaze of fire. I have a gun. 2.5 mags. Well, keep your eyes on the news tomorrow. I guess you'll find out. And I mean, just wow. I really don't have a lot of thoughts because I feel like that was really laid out. I don't need to reiterate the story to you guys, but I just felt like that story was very, very surprising all throughout it. I mean, like at first you feel for the OP. You feel for him. You're on his side, and as he goes on, you realize slowly that he is the parasite, like he said at the end of the story. But I love this story because I feel like Michael was such a good portrayal of what's the word? Of being regretful or just having some sort of thing hanging over your head. I think that's like an embodiment of regret. And hopefully that's the right word, and hopefully that makes sense. But I just thought this story went through so many ups and downs, and it was a long story. I mean, like an hour-long story, which I love the long story, so hopefully you enjoy this one. But yeah, man, that ending. I mean, what do you think happened? Do you think he went out in a blaze of glory? Do you think he ended up going to prison? I mean, what do you think? But Wow, that confession at the end, I feel like that buildup was so worth it. At the end, I mean, just wow. What a story. Mr. Purpleface. The house smelled like wet wool and Jim Beam. It was a gray box at the end of a dirt road that washed out every spring. Inside, the walls were bare. There were nails sticking out of the plaster in the hallway, but nothing hanging on them. In the bathroom, there was one toothbrush in the cup and a bar of gritty soap that smelled like poo mice. It was just me and Dad. Dad was a big guy, broad-shouldered and heavy. He worked at the lumber yard. He came home every day at 5:30 with sawdust caught in his eyebrows. We had a routine. He would wash his hands at the kitchen sink, scrubbing until his skin was red. Then he would heat up dinner. Usually it was chili from a can or hot dogs boiled in water. We ate standing up at the counter. "How was school?" he'd ask. "Fine," I'd say. "Learn anything?" "Math." "Good." That was it. That was the window of time where he was my dad. At 6:30, he would put his plate in the sink. He would walk to the cabinet above the refrigerator and take down the square bottle. Then he would grab a glass and go to the table. The kitchen table was small, pushed right up against the wall. He dragged his chair around so he wasn't facing the room. He faced the window. Our backyard was overgrown. Just waist-high weeds and an old rusted swing set I wasn't allowed to touch. Along the back fence, there was a massive tangle of wild rose bushes, a wall of thorns. Dad sat there and watched those roses. He poured the whiskey. No ice. He drank it like it was medicine. By the second glass, the air in the house got heavy. He didn't yell right away. He just stopped moving. He would stare at the window glass, tapping his finger against the table over and over again. I knew that rhythm. That rhythm meant I needed to be invisible. I would take my toy cars into the living room. I learned to roll them on the rug because if I rolled them on the hardwood floor, it made a rumble. If I made a rumble, Dad would snap. "Quiet," he'd bark, not even turning around. So I played in silence. I built towers out of magazines and knocked them down in slow motion so they wouldn't crash. It was boring. Being afraid is mostly just being bored. You sit there with your knees pulled to your chest, waiting for the grown-up to pass out so you can go to the bathroom without getting yelled at. I didn't have anyone to talk to. No brothers, no sisters, no friends allowed over because the house is a mess, even though the house was empty. That's why I wasn't scared when I saw the shadow. It was a Tuesday. It had been raining for 3 days. The roof was leaking in the bathroom, dripping into a bucket with a steady, maddening rhythm. Dad was on his third glass. He was muttering at the window. I was behind the sofa. I looked up toward this hallway. There was something standing in the doorway. It was huge. It had to hunch its shoulders to fit under the frame. It wore a long, brown robe that looked stiff, like dried mud. It took a step. The heavy fabric crunched like crumbling paper. I pressed myself against the back of the sofa. I stopped breathing. The thing stepped into the living room light. Its face was dark, shiny purple. It was swollen tight, like a balloon about to pop. It didn't have eyes, just 2 puffy slits. It didn't have a nose. Its mouth hung open, crooked, dangling to the left. It breathed a wet, bubbling rattle. I stared at it. I waited for it to grab me. It didn't. It just stood there, swaying back and forth. It turned its head. It looked towards the kitchen. Dad was 10 feet away. He was staring at the window, swirling his drink. "Dad?" I whispered. He didn't hear me, but the thing did. The purple head turned. It ground on its neck. It looked down at me. I squeezed my eyes shut. I heard the crunch of the stiff robe getting closer. I smelled wet dirt and old pennies. Then I felt a cold touch on my head. It patted my hair. It was a jerky, awkward motion. I opened one eye. The thing was kneeling in front of me. The swollen purple face was inches away. A string of spit hung from its crooked mouth. It patted me again. Dad coughed in the kitchen. The thing stood up unfolding like a spider and stepped back into the dark hallway. I touched my hair. It felt cold. He came back the next night, and the night after that. I named him Mr. Purpleface. He usually showed up around 7 when Dad was deep in the bottle. He would stand in the corner by the TV watching. I realized pretty quickly that Dad couldn't see him. Dad would walk right past him to get to the bathroom. He'd shiver, rub his arms, maybe mutter about a draft, but he never looked up. Mr. Purpleface became my secret. I started talking to him. "This is my red truck," I'd whisper, holding it up. Mr. Purpleface would lean down. He'd make that clicking sound deep in his throat. One night, Dad was really bad. He had lost his keys. He was tearing the living room apart, throwing cushions on the floor. "Where are they?" he screamed. He pointed a finger at me. "You took them." "I didn't," I said. "Don't lie to me." He took a step forward. His face was red. He raised his hand. I flinched. Suddenly, Mr. Purpleface moved. He stepped out of the corner. He moved fast. He stood right between me and Dad. He spread his arms out wide. Dad stopped. He blinked. He looked confused. He looked right at Mr. Purpleface's chest. "Jesus," Dad muttered. He rubbed his face. "It's freezing in here." He turned around and stumbled back to the kitchen. Mr. Purpleface turned to me. He knelt down. He patted my head. He stayed there all night, standing guard by the sofa. For 2 years, that was my life. Me, Dad, and the guardian in the hallway. But when I turned 7, things changed. The rain started and didn't stop. The backyard turned into a swamp, and Dad stopped going to work. When Dad stopped going to work, the house felt different. It felt smaller. Before, I had the mornings to myself. I had the time between getting off the bus and him coming home to watch TV and eat snacks and pretend I was a normal kid. But after he lost his job, those hours were gone. He said he got laid off. He said the foreman was an idiot who didn't know the good lumber from scrap. But even at 7 years old, I knew that wasn't true. I knew he got fired because he started smelling like whiskey at breakfast. He didn't leave the house anymore. He moved his life to the kitchen table. He stopped eating. I would come into the kitchen in the morning and the can of chili I opened the night before would still be sitting on the counter. The sauce would be dried out and dark. He just drank, and he watched the yard. It was November and the rain had started. It wasn't a storm. It was just a steady gray drizzle that never stopped. The dirt road turned into sludge. The backyard, which was already overgrown, started to look like a swamp. The water pooled around the swing set. It made the weeds look black and slimy. Dad became obsessed with it. He would sit there with his forehead pressed against the cold glass, fogging it up with his breath. "Look at it," he would mutter. "Just look at the mess." I would stand in the doorway holding my cereal bowl. "Look at what?" "The mud," he said. "It's washing everything out. It's gonna ruin the fence." He turned to look at me. His eyes were red-rimmed and he hadn't shaved in a week. His face looked gray. "Don't go out there," he said. "I won't," I said. "It's raining." "I mean it," he said. He grabbed the edge of the table. "I don't want you tracking that filth into the house. If I see you near that mud, I'll wear you out." He wasn't yelling. He said it quiet, like he was giving me advice. That was scarier than the yelling. I went back to the living room. Mr. Purpleface was there. He had changed too. In the beginning, he was calm. He was just a statue that stood in the corner. But now that Dad was home all day, Mr. Purpleface was restless. He wouldn't stay in the living room. He walked up and down the hallway, dragging that stiff brown robe on the carpet. He would walk to the edge of the kitchen, stand there for a minute, and then turn around. He seemed agitated. The wet rattling sound in his throat was louder. It sounded like water bubbling in a pot. He started spending a lot of time by the kitchen door. He would stand just out of Dad's line of sight. He would lean his swollen purple head against the doorframe and watch Dad drink. Sometimes he would raise a gray hand and reach out toward Dad. He didn't touch him. He just held his hand in the air like he was trying to grab something he couldn't reach. I tried to ignore it. I tried to play with my cars, but the air in the house was too tight. It felt like a rubber band that was pulled too far. On Thursday, the power went out. It was the middle of the day, but the sky was so dark it looked like night. The rain was coming down harder now. I could hear it hitting the roof. Dad didn't move when the lights went out. He was staring at the yard. "It never stops," he whispered. "Why won't it stop?" He stood up. The chair scraped against the floor. He walked to the back door and opened it. The wind blew rain into the kitchen. It soaked the front of his shirt, but he didn't seem to notice. He stood there gripping the door frame, staring at the rose bushes. "Hey!" he yelled. It was the first time I heard him scream at the yard. "That's my property," he screamed. "Get off my property." I was hiding behind the sofa. I looked out the window. There was nobody in the yard. It was just rain and weeds. "I see you," Dad yelled at the empty yard. "You don't think I see you? I know what you're doing." Mr. Purpleface stepped out of the hallway. He walked past me. He didn't look at me this time. He moved fast. He walked right into the kitchen. The gray light from the open door hit him. His skin looked wet. The purple face shone like oil. He walked up behind Dad. He stood so close his chest was almost touching Dad's back. Dad was still screaming at the rain. "Get away from there. Leave it alone." Mr. Purpleface leaned down. He put his face right next to Dad's ear. I thought he was going to bite him. I thought he was going to tear Dad's throat out. But he didn't. He just opened his mouth. The crooked jaw hung loose. He breathed a loud, wet rattle right in Dad's ear. Dad froze. He stopped screaming mid-word. He went rigid. He slapped his hand over his ear like a bug had flown into it. He spun around. Mr. Purpleface was standing right there. He was towering over Dad, but Dad looked right through him. Dad looked at the empty air where Mr. Purpleface's chest was. He looked around the kitchen wild-eyed. "Who's there?" Dad whispered. "Who did that?" Mr. Purpleface didn't move. He just stared down at Dad with those swollen, shut eyes. Dad backed up until he hit the counter. He was breathing hard. He looked terrified. "Is somebody in here?" Dad yelled. His voice cracked. I'll call the cops. I have a gun." He didn't have a gun. He grabbed the whiskey bottle off the table and held it like a club. "Show yourself," Dad screamed. Mr. Purpleface leaned forward again. He reached out a long, gray finger. He poked Dad in the chest. Dad gasped. He looked down at his shirt. He touched the spot where the finger had hit him. "Cold," Dad whimpered. "It's so cold." Dad ran. He didn't run at the ghost. He ran past him. He scrambled out of the kitchen and ran down the hall to his bedroom. He slammed the door so hard the pictures on the wall shook. I heard the lock click. I was left alone in the living room. Mr. Purpleface turned around. He looked at me. He didn't look scary anymore. He looked sad. He walked over to where I was hiding. He crumpled down to the floor. His stiff robe crunched. He reached out and took my hand. His fingers were freezing. We sat there for a long time listening to the rain and the sound of Dad crying in his bedroom. That weekend was the longest of my life. Dad didn't come out of his room for a day. I had to eat peanut butter out of the jar with a spoon. When he finally came out, he looked worse. His eyes were sunk deep in his head. He was shaking. He went straight to the kitchen. He didn't even look at me. He opened a new bottle. He sat at the table and resumed his watch. The rain didn't stop. It just kept coming. The backyard was a lake now. The water was brown and muddy. On Monday night, I woke up. It was quiet. The rain had slowed down to a drizzle. I heard a sound in the living room. It sounded like scratching. I got out of bed and crept to the door. Mr. Purpleface was standing at the back door in the kitchen. Dad had finally passed out. He was slumped over the table, his head resting on his arms. He was snoring. Mr. Purpleface was standing right next to him, but he wasn't looking at Dad. He was looking at the door. He was scratching at the wood with his gray fingernails. He wanted out. I walked into the kitchen. I stayed near the wall so I wouldn't wake Dad up. "Mr. Purpleface?" I whispered. He stopped scratching. He turned his swollen head towards me. He pointed at the door. Then he pointed at the lock. He wanted me to open it. I shook my head. "Dad said no," I whispered. "Dad said I can't go near the mud." Mr. Purpleface tilted his head. He made a soft sound. It wasn't the rattle. It sounded like a whimper. He pointed at the door again. Then he pointed at the rose bushes out in the dark yard. He just pointed. His gray finger rested on the glass. I looked out. I couldn't see anything. It was just black shapes and rain. "Is something out there?" I asked. Mr. Purpleface didn't answer. He just stared at the yard. He stood there for a long time. Then he lowered his hand. He looked defeated. He turned back to the window and just watched the darkness. I went back to bed. The next day was Tuesday, the day everything ended. Tuesday night was when it ended. It was raining hard. The sound of it hitting the roof was loud enough to drown out the TV. I went to bed early because Dad was in a mood. He had been pacing the kitchen for hours, muttering to himself. He had finished one bottle and started another. I put my pillow over my head, but I could still hear his heavy footsteps vibrating through the floor. I fell asleep eventually. I woke up because the door to my bedroom slammed open. The hallway light was on. Dad was standing in my doorway. He looked huge. His shirt was unbuttoned and stained with sweat. He was holding the neck of the whiskey bottle in his right hand. "Get up," he said. His voice was thick. He was drunker than I had ever seen him. I sat up. I was shaking. "What?" "Get up," he yelled. "Stop hiding in here." He came into the room. He grabbed my arm. His grip was bruising. He dragged me out of bed. "Dad, you're hurting me," I cried. "Shut up," he spat. "I'm sick of you sneaking around. I'm sick of you looking at me like that." He pulled me down the hallway. I tried to dig my heels into the carpet, but he was too strong. He dragged me into the kitchen. The bright fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The back door was cracked open just a little bit, letting the cold rain blow in. He shoved me towards the corner. I slipped on the linoleum and fell hard on my knees. "Please," I whispered. Dad didn't hear me. He was breathing hard, his face red and twisted. He looked at me with pure hate. It wasn't about the rain. It wasn't about the yard. He just wanted to hurt something. "I'll give you a roof over your head," he shouted, "and you just sit there. You judge me." He raised the bottle. He held it like a club. He took a step towards me. He pulled his arm back to swing. I curled into a ball on the floor. I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my head with my hands. I waited for the glass to hit me, but it didn't. The air in the kitchen changed. It smelled like wet dirt. I opened my eyes. Mr. Purpleface was standing over me. He had stepped over the shadows. He was standing between me and Dad. He was facing Dad. He looked huge under the kitchen lights. His brown robe was stiff and wet. Mud was dripping off the hem onto the clean floor. He had his arms spread out wide. He was shielding me. Dad stopped mid-swing. He blinked. He looked at the space in front of him. At first, he looked confused. He squinted like he couldn't focus on the thing standing there. Then his eyes got wide. He dropped the bottle. It shattered on the floor. Brown whiskey splashed over his boots. Dad took a step back. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. "You," Dad whispered. He looked up at the swollen purple face. He looked at the flat nose. He looked at the crooked jaw hanging loose. Dad let out a sound that didn't sound human. It was a high-pitched squeak. "No," Dad said. He held his hands up in front of his face. "No, stay back." Mr. Purpleface took a step forward. He leaned down. He put his face right in front of Dad's face. Dad screamed. It was a scream of pure terror. He scrambled backwards. He slipped on the wet floor and fell hard. He crab walked backward into the corner by the stove. "Get away," Dad shrieked. He was kicking his legs into the air. "Don't touch me. Stay away from me." Mr. Purpleface just stood there blocking me. Dad was curled up in a ball, covering his head. He was sobbing. He was screaming about rocks and dirt. "I put you back," Dad yelled. "I put you back." I stayed on the floor behind Mr. Purpleface. I didn't move. Then I saw blue lights flashing in the window. The neighbors must have heard the screaming. I heard the front door get kicked open. "Police! Police!" 2 officers ran into the kitchen. They had guns out. They saw Dad in the corner screaming at the empty air. They saw the broken bottle, and they saw me on the floor crying. But they didn't see Mr. Purpleface. "Drop the weapon," one cop yelled at Dad, even though Dad wasn't holding anything. Dad didn't hear them. He was pointing at Mr. Purpleface. "She's right there," Dad screamed. "She's right there. Don't let her touch me." The cops grabbed him. They wrestled him onto his stomach. They put handcuffs on him. Dad was still screaming. "She came up. The rain washed her up." A lady officer came over to me. She picked me up, and she carried me out of the kitchen. As we walked down the hall, I looked back over her shoulder. Mr. Purpleface was still standing in the kitchen. He was watching them take Dad away. He raised one gray hand and waved at me. Then he stepped back into the shadows. I sat in the back of a police car, wrapped in a blanket. I watched them put Dad in another car. I thought he was going to jail for trying to hit me. I thought he was going to jail for being drunk. I didn't know the real reason. Not then. Social services took me that night. A few days later, my grandparents came to get me. My mom's parents. I hadn't seen them since I was a baby. They took me to their house 3 towns over. It was quiet there. Safe. I never went back to the house at the end of the dirt road. I lived with my grandparents until I was 18. They were good people. They lived in a brick house 3 towns over. They had a golden retriever and a backyard with a pool. There were no weeds. There were no roses. They never talked about my dad. They never talked about the house at the end of the dirt road. I went to therapy for a few years. The shrink told me I had an overactive imagination. She said Mr. Purpleface was a coping mechanism. She said I created a protector because my father was scary and I was lonely. It made sense. I wanted it to be true, so I believed her. I grew up, I went to college, I got a job in IT. I tried to be normal. I didn't think about the house for a long time. Last week, my phone rang. It was a lawyer from the state. He told me my father was dead. He died in the infirmary at the state prison. His liver finally gave out. I didn't feel sad. I didn't feel happy either. I just felt nothing. It was like hearing about a stranger dying on the news. The lawyer told me there was no assets. The house had been foreclosed on 20 years ago. There was no money. But, the lawyer said, there was a box of personal effects. He listed you as next of kin. Do you want it, or should we dispose of it? And I almost said dispose of it. I just wanted to say it. Send it, I said. I don't know why. Maybe I just needed to see it to believe he was really gone. The box arrived yesterday. It was a small cardboard box taped shut with heavy packing tape. I put it on my kitchen table. I stared at it for an hour before I got a knife. I cut the tape. It smelled like him. Even after 20 years, it smelled like stale tobacco and mildew. It was mostly trash. A cheap watch, a lighter, a stack of letters he wrote to me but never mailed. I didn't read them. At the bottom of the box, there was a manila envelope. I opened it. Inside was a stack of old Polaroids. They were curling at the corners. The colors were faded and orange. I flipped through them. There was a picture of a truck I didn't recognize. There was a picture of the lumber yard. there was a picture of me as a baby sitting on a blanket in the grass. And then I found it. The last photo in the stack. It was taken in the kitchen. The old kitchen with the yellow linoleum and the fluorescent lights. Dad was sitting at the table. He was younger. He wasn't bloated from the drink yet. He was smiling at the camera, holding up a beer. Standing next to him with her arm around his shoulder was a woman. My mother. I had never seen a picture of her before. Grandparents didn't keep any around. She was small. She had dark hair and a shy smile. She looked happy. But I stopped breathing when I saw what she was wearing. It was a house coat. A long, brown, quilted robe that went down to her ankles. In the photo, it looked soft. It looked warm. But I knew that robe. I remember the sound it made when it scraped the wall. I remembered how it dragged on the carpet. I remembered how stiff it was, caked in dried mud from the backyard. I leaned in closer. I looked at the collar of the robe. It had a pattern. Small, stitched diamonds. My hand started to shake. I remembered that pattern. I used to stare at that exact pattern when I was hiding behind the sofa, praying for Dad to pass out. I looked at her face. It was smooth. It was unblemished. She had a small nose, she had bright eyes, and she had a straight, happy smile. I closed my eyes. Suddenly, I was back in that living room. I could smell the wet dirt. I could hear the wet, rattling breath. I could see the swollen, purple skin, the flat nose, the crooked jaw hanging loose. I remembered the way she stood between me and him. I remember the way she spread her arms out to take up the space so he couldn't get to me. I put the photo down on the table. For 20 years, I thought she left me. Dad said she ran off. He said she didn't want a family. But she didn't run off. She was there the whole time. She was standing in the hallway, watching him. She was waiting for the rain to wash the dirt away so she could come back inside. She never left me. And wow, just what a story. And I think what we can assume here, I don't want to speculate too much out of respect for the author and his story, but I think we can assume that the father got arrested for killing his wife. And he buried his wife in the backyard. And that's the reason he always stared out at the backyard while drinking. Because most likely he couldn't live with himself. And he just felt so sad. And he was super worried about the rain because the rain would wash her up because she was buried back there. And that's just what I assume happened. I don't want to speculate too much. And he eventually got arrested for the murder of his wife and the OP's mother, or the author's mother. Very, very sad story. But it's kind of wholesome at the same time that the kid's mother never left her. You know? Yeah, that's a very, very emotional story. Kind of wholesome at the end, but very sad. Yeah, very unique story. I've never read anything sort of like that. But anyways, on to the next one. I woke up to a stranger in my apartment. He says he lives here. I'm always so tired after going home. The fluorescent scream of the office lights still echoes behind my eyes. Even here in the blessed dimness of the stairwell, I climb 3 flights, each step feeling like I'm dragging an anvil chained to my ankle. My key finds the lock on apartment 3B. My lock. The deadbolt thunks open. I shoulder the door in, smelling the faint, comforting ghost of last night's cheap instant noodles and the dusty warmth trapped inside. I don't even make it to the bedroom. The sagging, familiar embrace of my old couch in the living room calls out. I sink into it, the springs groaning their familiar complaint beneath my weight. The fabric smells faintly of dust and me as sleep drags me under. A few hours later, I jolt awake in terror as a hand grabs my shoulder and shakes me violently. Hey! Hey! Someone shouts. I jerk awake, gasping, disoriented. Silver moonlight cuts the room into sharp shapes and deep, pooling shadows. A man leans over me, his face gaunt with sweat in the gloom. His eyes are wide, wild marbles reflecting the weak light. Get up. What the hell are you doing in my apartment? His voice is a harsh rasp, cutting straight through whatever dream I was trapped in. Panic surges through me. I lurch upright, heart pounding. You're what? I blink hard, trying to steady my vision. No, this is my apartment. This is 3B. I live here. The man takes a step back, just enough to half merge with the shadows by the doorway. Are you out of your damn mind? I live in 3B. What are you even doing here? I don't know who you are, I say, trying to sound firm, authoritative, anything but panicked. But you need to leave before I call the police. Oh, I need to leave? That's rich. You broke into my place and you're threatening me? I run a hand through my hair, eyes flickering to the hallway. Could I shove him out and lock the door? Could I grab my phone? Where is my phone? And call someone? I take a cautious step towards him, hands half raised. Look, I don't know what this is. Maybe you got the wrong floor or something. Or maybe you're confused, but this is my apartment, all right? You don't live here. He stares at me. Then, with sharp, jerking movements, he points towards the kitchenette. Oh yeah? Then tell me that's your owl mug. I follow his finger. A chipped blue owl mug sits on the coffee table like a trap. I blink. That, I don't know. That's not mine. Damn right it's not, he snaps. That's my mug. And where's my sailboat painting? I had it right there. He jabs a finger toward the wall above the TV. Are you a thief? I turn. My faded Swiss Alps poster is gone. In its place, a garnish print of a sailboat on water so blue it looks fake. Wait, I had a poster there. Mountains, Swiss Alps. I swear it was there. The man just stares at me, chest rising and falling fast. I hold up my hands like I'm warding off a wild animal. Okay. Maybe I screwed up. My voice wavers, half swallowed by the silence. Maybe I'm wrong. I must have come in the wrong door. I didn't mean to. Shit, I'm so sorry. I take a step back, knees weak. I'll go, all right? I'll get my stuff and go. But something stops me. I glance back at the coffee table, at that blue owl mug. It's not just unfamiliar. It's wrong. The eyes aren't painted right. They're uneven. One stares forward, the other's cocked sideways, like it's watching the hallway behind me. The man hasn't moved. His expression has changed. Less angry now. More uncertain. His eyes flick from the wall to the table to me. I don't, remember this table being glass, he says quietly. I look down. The table's wood. It's always been wood. What are you talking about? I ask, but my voice is too soft to sound confrontational. No, it was glass, he mutters. Round, had a chip on the edge from when I dropped the takeout. This one's wood, square, and that lamp. He turns slowly. That's not my lamp. Something creaks in the bedroom. Neither of us moves. I think, he says, breath fogging lightly in the suddenly cold air, I think this isn't your apartment. Or mine. The frantic anger is gone, replaced by a mirror of my own icy fear. Keys, he grasps, digging into his pocket with trembling fingers. He pulls out a key ring. We need to get out of here. We'll figure out what the hell's going on outside. My own keys are cold, heavy lumps in my hand. We don't speak again. The silence is a suffocating presence, thick with the smell of decay and the unnerving feeling of being watched by the very shadows that cling to the walls. The hallway to the door seems longer than it should be. I take a step, and the carpet squelches faintly beneath my foot. I glance down. The floor looks the same. Beige, ugly, a little stained. But now I don't trust it. Behind us, the bedroom door creaks again. Only this time, it doesn't stop. It opens slowly, with the hush of breath sliding between teeth. He doesn't turn. Neither do I. Don't look back, he whispers. His voice shakes. Just walk. We move, inching forward. Every object in the living room seems shifted. The couch leans ever so slightly toward the wall. Cushions caved in like something heavy just rose from them. The bookshelf is missing a shelf. My hand tightens around the keyring. The keys rattle too loudly, like they're trying to call attention to us, like they want something else to hear. We're almost there, I murmur, not sure who I'm trying to reassure, him or myself. The front door is 10 feet away. 8. A soft knock echoes from inside the bedroom. The man beside me flinches. I don't dare look. The temperature drops. My breath fogs the air, hangs there, then drifts backward against the laws of physics. I choke on it. This place, this thing, it's copying us. Badly. The front door looms closer now, but the handle seems off, longer than I remember. He reaches the door first, his hand trembling violently as he tries to jam his key into the deadbolt. It scrapes uselessly against the plate. It won't fit. Panic edges back into his voice. It should just unlock from inside, I hiss, my hand closing over the cold knob. I twist. It turns freely. Thank God. With a surge of desperate hope, I yank the door open. We stumble out together into the hallway, gasping lungfuls of stagnant, unmoving air. It tastes thick with dust and that same underlying damp decay. The hallway light fixture is shattered, glass shards glittering dully on the floor below. Weak, gray, pre-dawn light filters from a grimy window at the far end, revealing a scene that stops us dead. The hallway is a ruin. Wallpaper hangs in long, moldering strips, revealing crumbling plaster underneath. The carpet is threadbare, stained with dark, unidentifiable patches, pulled up in places to show warped floorboards. Doors to other apartments hang askew on broken hinges, revealing glimpses of darkness within. Cobwebs thick as gauze drape the corners and the ceiling. The air is frigid, smelling overwhelmingly of damp rot, mildew, and neglect. Utter, absolute desolation. This, the man beside me whispers, his voice cracking. This building, it's condemned, look. He points a shaking finger towards a large official notice nailed crookedly to the wall opposite my door. Our door. Apartment 3B. The notice is faded, water-stained, but the bold red letters are unmistakable. Condemned. Structurally unsound. Entry prohibited. My blood turns to ice. We both slowly turn to look back at the door we just emerged from. Apartment 3B. The wood is warped, the paint blistered and peeling. A thick layer of grime coats the surface, thick as old moss. The number 3B is barely visible beneath it, the brass digits green with corrosion. The keyhole looks rusted shut. It looks like it hasn't been opened in years. The man raises his hand, slowly, like lifting the key cost him something. I look down at mine, both identical, both for 3B, both seemingly useless against the decayed reality before us, yet they worked moments ago. He meets my eyes. Our keys hang limp in our hands. The only sound is the frantic hammering of our hearts in the silence, and then the shadows behind the door shift. At first, I almost miss it. Just a flicker of movement in the dark, a smudge of black deeper than the shadows, but then it pushes forward, slow and deliberate. It isn't a person, not quite. The shape doesn't hold together right. Limbs bend where they shouldn't, joints jutting at broken angles. Where a face should be, there's only a hollowed out suggestion of one, like a mask left too close to a flame. And the worst part? The hallway isn't big enough for it. The ceiling should scrape its skull. The wall should press against its shoulders, but it keeps coming anyway, folding itself into the space like it's bending the apartment around it. The shape tilts its head. My ribs clamp tight, breath trapped like a live thing in my throat. The man beside me makes a sound. Not quite a whimper, maybe a prayer. A wet crack splits the silence. The door frame splinters, just a hairline fracture, but it sounds like a gunshot in the still air. We run, Stairs blur underfoot. We don't stop until concrete turns to asphalt, until the sky bleeds dawn. Our eyes meet, a silent scream passing between us. My stomach drops as reality rearranges itself in my mind. This isn't right. The street signs are unfamiliar, the buildings wear strange colors, and that terrible, clawing realization. I don't live in an apartment. I own a house. A blue colonial with hydrangeas out front. A mailbox with mine and Olivia's name painted on the side. A garage where my daughter's bike leans against the wall. Cold sweat trickles down my back. How did we get inside that place? Who let us in? But the most chilling question lingers between us, unspoken. What in God's name did we just escape from? And alright guys, that wraps up some horrifying Reddit horror stories. And this was a long video, 2.5 hours. Hopefully you enjoyed. Would you like to see more long videos in the future? Would you like to see more Reddit horror stories in the future? If so, please drop a comment down below, like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Spotify, follow me on Instagram, all that jazz. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching to the end of the video. It means the world. And if you enjoyed this video, I'm sure you'll enjoy other videos on the channel. So please check out some other videos on the channel. And yeah, thank you so much for watching to the end. It means the world. And this was Snook, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some horrifying Reddit confession threads. You guys really liked the last one, so here I am making another one. Comment down below if you'd like to see another Reddit confession threads video in the future. And yeah, today's confession threads are scary, horrifying, sinister, and downright disturbing, so you'll want to stick around. I appreciate you stopping by. It means the world. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel. The channel's goal is 1 million subscribers, so please subscribe, and I'd love for you to join the community. Follow me on Instagram and Spotify, and yeah, comment down below if you'd like to see more videos like this in the future. But all right, this video will be long enough already, so without further ado, let's get into some horrifying Reddit confession threads. One drug-fueled night killed me. January 12th, 2024 will forever live in infamy. That Friday night irreversibly turned my happy, healthy, successful life upside down. This is a tale of party drugs. It's also a life and death journey I could have never imagined in my wildest dreams. Call it a harrowing dive into extremes of the human condition, or a case study at the intersection of medicine, pharma, policy, and brain science. As the one who lived it, writing this 11 months later is my confession, assembling these shards of a shattered world into one broken mosaic. Here it goes. At my brother's 50th birthday in Cabo, booger sugar fueled the festivities, and by no means a user. I'm also not a novice. I'm a typical millennial who never looked for drugs, but is not afraid to try something passed by friends. For context, I've lived a drama-free life, successful by any metric. I have a bunch of advanced degrees and manage a small but thriving international company. I'm also an understated middle child by nature, so making noise or having weird stuff happen is not my deal. Until that night, I'd coasted without anything major ever going wrong. Being in my early 40s, my partying days are in the past, and January was the first time in probably a decade since business school touching party drugs. Over several hours at a place called Bagatelle, where the opening dinner of the 3-day bash took place. I had a dozen plus lines and bumps of booger sugar, sipping rum. It was a festive, if over-the-top scene as our group of 40 danced atop the long birthday table, stepping over plates while champagne magnums carried between waiters were poured directly into mouths like parishioners taking communion. It was not a typical Friday night, but all were having fun celebrating my bro. So chemically speaking, booger sugar and alcohol were the first ingredients in my blood. As midnight approached, I was handed by a banker what I was told was a pill brought from San Francisco. I'd taken pills twice, once at a wedding in Prague, before that at a club in Aruba, and had good experiences. I didn't particularly want to roll that night in Cabo, being late and tired from flying out of DC at the crack of dawn. having just gotten back from Colombia days before, so I nearly said, no thanks. But your brother only turns half a century once, and I didn't overthink it. I split the cap in half with my fingers, swallowed what I figured was a light dose, and kept on with the party. The biggest mistake of my life, across all years, the one that changed everything. When added to booger sugar, pills instantly had a negative effect. In previous rolls, I hadn't mixed it. This time, I felt an overwhelming anxiety. An hour into that state, I had to leave the party. I was consumed by unease and unable to talk. When I got back to my room, I couldn't sleep. It was no surprise since booger sugar belabors the process of settling down, so I lay awake, passing out after sunrise. When I awoke that afternoon, the angst hadn't abated. I stayed in my room, skipping day 2 of the birthday bash, waiting for the malaise to pass. I'd never had a mood disorder or taken a psych med, so long-lasting unease was entirely new. Day 3 came and went with me cooped up, my phone filled with messages as I skipped the close of the 72-hour celebration. And that's when the real problem started. On the 3rd night, when I tried to sleep, no sleep came. None. On day 4, January 16th, I flew to Mexico City for routine work meetings and events. The same pattern continued that night, and the one after. No sleep. By the end of the 6th sleepless night, having barely scraped through what would have otherwise been stress-free obligations in CDMX, I flew home to DC, assuming all would return to normal in my bed. Nothing changed back home. A 7th sleepless night became an 8th, with an hour or 2 of broken rest, constantly springing wide awake with churning anxiety. It was as if my brain had gotten stuck in fight or flight mode with no off switch. In my prior life, a restless sleep, say from a red-eye flight before a big speech or a tough board meeting, would lead to sheer exhaustion the following evening, crashing hard from the lack of rest, but catch-up sleep never came with this bizarre pill insomnia. I didn't get sleepy, no matter how many nights passed. After 2 weeks, I knew in my gut something big was up. After seeing my family doctor, I was referred to a psychiatrist for the first time, who began to treat me with introductory sleeping pills, starting with trazodone. Those didn't put a dent in my insomnia, and I was rotated to stronger categories of prescription. This process repeated for the next month as I worked with a growing roster of psychiatrists and sleep neurologists who wrote scripts for sequentially more heavily controlled meds. These trials included every sedative under the sun. I won't relist them, suffice to say, I left no stone unturned. Just the categories of sleeping-inducing RXs I cycled through, searching with doctors for one that worked, included, and he lists a ton, but some notable ones, just antipsychotics, anticonvulsants, anti-sublexics, melatonin modulators, Z-drugs, beta blockers, tricyclics, tetracyclics, benzos, adrenergic receptor agonists, and that's just a ton. He also says, I had every blood work panel done, a sleep study, sleeping 50 minutes across the night, an MRI, EEG, hired a CBTI coach, etc. Nothing helped or provided doctors any insight into what happened in my brain. By the 3-month mark, I'd trialed 40 plus prescriptions. Here, let me explain how so-called psych drugs work. When prescribed on label for mood disorders like depression, anxiety, and bipolar, these drugs take weeks, if not months, to take effect. But when prescribed off label for the sole purpose of promoting sleep, these same drugs either work or don't work on the first night, providing diminishing returns as tolerance builds. That's how I was able, under doctor supervision, to test every hypnotic RX in existence over 90 days, searching for an elusive solution. The newest designer meds, like the Doras, had to be specifically ordered by the pharmacy, As weeks passed, I became so desperate for sleep that I shelled out $1,000 for one called Quivited, which has helped Matthew Perry, not knowing if it would work. It didn't. Against these sleepless nights, I tried to wear myself down, spending every day in the gym and running miles outside. My goal became to tire myself to sleep. I was like a warrior fighting this battle and inadvertently got into the best shape of my life. People's passing compliments couldn't imagine the dark source of my transformation. Still, nothing changed at night. Piece by piece, I removed as many stressors as possible, hoping that putting one on the back burner might help. So fighting a tug of war with my heart, that exhaustion eventually won. I pushed all intensity and passion from my personal life into the background in a way that's haunted me since. At work, I'd been doing what I could do to keep up on top of a running company, masking my increasingly drained appearance and depleted mental state, reminiscent of Edward Norton's workplace struggle with insomnia in Fight Club. Anyone who saw me in those days will know that the giveaway of this scene being fiction is Norton's eyes aren't nearly sunken enough, as mine had become. On days when I couldn't function, I couched my absence as migraines among colleagues and friends. Too embarrassed to say I wasn't sleeping, something that comes naturally to everyone, as it did me for 42 years prior. On top of this, I was ashamed by the source, a frivolous party drug. In admission, I couldn't broadcast beyond doctors, so I gutted it out in silence. Eventually, the mental and physical toll became unsustainable, and I had to start an indefinite leave of absence from the job I loved. I cut out all travel and commitments, canceling trips, reassigning roles, and appointing surrogates. Still, nothing I did to streamline my life changed the sleeplessness. I never yawned or got tired. All I could ever manage was an hour or two of medicated sleep, holding out hope with each passing week that a new drug cocktail might finally bring restorative rest. Across 3 months, I'd invested tens of thousands of dollars, seeing all experts in a 4-hour radius of DC, most of whom don't take insurance. Yet, I was no closer to a solution, let alone a basic understanding of what medically I was facing. I went to hospital ERs, begging to be put into a coma for just one night of rest, as Jordan Peterson, who I'd met once, had done for 8 days in Russia, but not being S-word, despite insomnia as its biggest risk factor. I could never get past triage. I reduced my daily routine to the commonest activities: sushi diet, textbook sleep hygiene. No matter what I did to Lululemonify my life, I couldn't sleep. It was a hell you can't imagine without relief. Not one night. By mid-April, month 4, encouraged by my doctors and the few people I had led into my struggle, I took the next step. I checked myself into the first of a series of private hospital residences to treat this mysterious condition with 24-hour care. Across the past 2 decades, I might have taken 4 sick days. So flying to a clinic, let alone leaving work for weeks, was out of character to say the least. In late April and early May, I traveled to Texas, going inpatient at one of the top health facilities in the country. It's the kind of private hospital oasis set among manicured gardens and quiet walking paths that takes away your phone on arrival, so nothing can distract getting well. While there, I was placed on a different kind of med, an SSRI, with no apparent relation to sleep. It was prescribed to treat the increasing anxiety surrounding me as I shut my life down. Lexapro, a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, affects 5-HT, the same neurotransmitter as the pill I took. Miraculously and unexpectedly for doctors, Lexapro put me to sleep. For 2 weeks, my life went back to normal. I flew home filled with gratitude, energized to restart where I left off with more passion than ever. I jumped into work and rebuilt the personal connections I'd so missed. After what I'd been through, life had handed back in a way that's impossible to describe unless you lose yours for a while. I was beaming. No one second guessed the positive results. After all, Lexapro targets the same protein as the pill I took, serotonin. a signal fire as to what had gone wrong back in January. I felt like I'd beaten the scariest thing I'd ever faced, and for 2 weeks, Lexapro was my lifeline. But in a cruel twist of fate, so hard to look back on now, as I adjusted to the SSRI, the insomnia came back. I stuck with the trial for 7 weeks in the hope it would pass, but my sleeplessness only got worse than ever. I switched to another serotonin modulators like Trinalex, but nothing put me back to sleep. The honeymoon of Lexapro became a bittersweet memory of rest that disappeared as unexpectedly as it arrived. A few weeks later in June, I finally saw the chief sleep neurologist at Johns Hopkins Medicine, Dr. Early, who I've been trying to get in with for months but is booked a year in advance as the national authority of sleep science in the brain. A family friend on the Hopkins board helped me get up on the list. On hearing my story after examining my chart and consulting with his colleague at Hopkins, neurologist George Ricarte, a leading researcher on amphetamine and the pill I took neurotoxicity since the 90s. Dr. Early told me what I'd taken in Mexico caused a 1 in a million reaction in my brain. When combined with the volatile punch of dopamine from the booger sugar, the pill created a serotonin syndrome that fried my 5-HT system through toxicity. Serotonin controls sleep in a way that requires a delicate balance. This is why a few days of insomnia after taking a pill is typical, just not permanent. For most people, down-regulated receptors restore, but in rare cases, irreversible neurosis can occur. Dr. Early told me I wasn't the first he'd seen, and referred to literature about a range of pathologies from even one-time pill users. With candor, I accepted. Dr. Early couldn't say if my brain would ever recover, why Lexapro worked, then stopped, or if anything would let me sleep again. Seeing the exhaustion in my eyes, he agreed to treat me on an experimental basis and ordered a week-long sleep study for more data. Becoming the test patient to one of America's most seasoned neurologists was both affirming, given the extremes I'd been through, and terrifying for what it signaled about the road ahead. June gave way to July, and the 6-month anniversary of my insomnia was fast approaching. As this dreary milestone neared, I became isolated and was losing hope. I hadn't been to work in months, had retreated from my inner circle, and lost precious parts of my life that meant the world to me. More than $200,000 had been spent going to the country's top clinics, ending up at the retreat, a full-service facility near Baltimore that runs $50,000 every 20 days and takes zero insurance. I'd lost even more in unrealized projects and ideas, but no price mattered. Investing whatever it took to get better, knowing not just sleep, but increasingly everything was on the line. Still, after seeking the best of the best, no one could stop the insomnia. Tell me how long the hell would last, or if it would ever leave. Doctors had also run out of medications to try, the last being the anesthetic Xyrem, aka GHB, the infamous date R-word drug from Diddy's parties, a Schedule I narcotic prescribed by Dr. Early as an extreme measure. The most controlled substance in America, only one central pharmacy is authorized to dispense it. Xyrem was taken forever to get approved, required passing through complex safety hoops, and cost $25,000 per month. Receiving it was a month away, with no indication it would work where others failed. Sleep deprivation is a form of torture considered among the worst. Losing a single hour of rest makes Division I athletes miss twice as many shots the next day. The most sublime music ever written, Bach's Goldberg Variations, was commissioned to treat Mad King Ludwig's insomnia when sleeplessness drove him crazy. We've all experienced at some point the relentless feeling after one sleepless night from a red eye. In just 3 days, sleep deprivation breaks prisoners of war into giving up classified secrets. So by the time my insomnia hit the 6-month mark in July, the once unfathomable thought of cutting my life short slowly started to creep into my mind as a last resort for rest. Insomnia had become my deathbed. Compounding this was a chemical catch-22. It's paradoxical, but the most effective drugs doctors use for life-saving sleep come up with black box warnings in fine print about triggering depression and S-word. So my hopelessness around not sleeping was being pharmacologically amped up by the meds I've been prescribed to sleep. I was trapped in a damned if you do, damned if you don't loop, with no escape between crippling depression from not sleeping or the same from sleeping pills. This snowballing downward spiral is how, coming from a guy who'd in December 2023 been the happiest in my entire life with a thriving company I was expanding, cherished waterfront in Canada, and on the Chesapeake I'd spent years developing into Gardens of Eden to enjoy forever, a skylit place in the city, financial freedom, beloved mentors and colleagues surrounding me, a dream job that took me everywhere on the earth, a full heart, in short, all I ever wanted and more. And by the time of July 2024 rolled around, the person I'd become wasn't recognizable as me. It was two lives because I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think, engage, or feel pleasure. I was a walking zombie who hadn't rested since January. It was worse than anything I could have ever imagined would happen to anyone I knew. Least of all me. So for an eternal optimist who'd never felt down for any stretch, much less considered the idea of ending it all in my wildest nightmares, even as something I'd understand in others' suffering, never able to grasp what could bring someone to that state. And by July, S-word ideation had become my everyday battle. It's sometimes said that such things are selfish. I thought that way too. But through the unending attrition, what came to feel selfish was continuing to drag the world down with me. A clean break would free us all. Let me be clear on something. Weakness played no part in what follows. Those who've known me know I'm virtually unbreakable. No one builds the life I did without limitless resolve, nor could they endure the parts of the story still to come without iron will. But the laws of nature are fact. No man, no matter how resilient or brave, can fight biology forever and win. Sleep exists for a reason. We cannot be without it. There is no alternative. After spending the sleepless night of July 4th watching fireworks on the Baltimore skyline from my room at the retreat, remembering my old life watching fireworks the year before on the Treadavon River among friends, now a distant memory from a past life when all was well. 2 mornings later, I gave up my last ounce of hope in ever getting better. Hope was replaced by the sinking feeling of a kamikaze pilot for a one-way mission, summoned to his final test of courage. The universe had left one way to end the endlessness and get the rest I desperately sought for so long. Fighting back tears, I scribbled a short goodbye note, remembered a final time the people in life I'd been so in love with before this all started, cursed God for cursing me, and committed S-word. I've always flown under the radar, never seeking attention. So doing the unthinkable wasn't a masked plea, as it can be with those who choose other alternatives and rarely succeed by design. That wasn't me for a minute. I had already tried every path for help. I'm a quick study, and my method instead represented a decision. I made a strong noose and secured it at such a height that nothing could allow me to turn back once the process began, knowing there would be excruciating pain before blacking out. I told myself it couldn't feel worse than what I'd already endured. So I bit my lip, prepared for that moment and the eternal unknown to follow. Against every probable outcome, I partially failed or partially succeeded, depending on the measuring stick. You could call it my first piece of good luck in 6 months, coming at a crucial time. On the other hand, what I did forever changed my life. I had and wanted, the people around me, and all that followed. I'm here, but not in a way that feels like me, no matter how far I search for a cure this time. This story has a morose second act. Since the original intent was to share an advisory, not explore psychological torture, I hadn't planned to delve into the next chapter of my saga since July. But because it's all the ripple effect from January, and although it includes shameful details, I'm writing this map of uncharted territory for others who get blown off course, so here's the rest of my tale. At the end of my third week in the retreat outside of Baltimore, in early July, with the best doctors in the world no more closer to helping me than any had been at the start of my journey 6 months ago, I gave up. Despite sharing with my doctors a growing belief that the end was drawing near, and petrified family members calling to warn of the despair in my voice and feared was coming, naively, nurses had loaned me a 14-foot charger cable. Outside in some woods nearby, out of view, I fastened the cable to a sturdy branch on an overturned log above a stream and doubled it twice around my neck. I've always been drawn to water, so above a trickling creek was the only spot on campus I could live with, so to speak, to say goodbye. I rolled my body off the edge. The noose caught, cinched tight, and I passed out. Sometime later, no one knows how long, one of the cords snapped, then the other, and I fell. 2 bursts of orange flooded my head in flashes of the most intense pain I've ever known as consciousness returned. My eyes popped open and I jolted back to life, like a scene from a movie, but the right side of my body was numb. I had twitching fingers, double vision, pulsating pupils, uncontrollable shivering, and other weird thermodynamic effects from starving my brain of oxygen long enough to shut it down. This was all later diagnosed as a brain injury to my left hemisphere. When alert enough to rise, I stumbled back to the retreat and turned myself in. I was escorted to the emergency room in delirium, coping with the effects of the brain injury I just suffered, compounded by the insomnia that broke me down in the first place. Nothing would let me escape. I was trapped in an episode of Black Mirror or the Twilight Zone. Then, in a twist of dark humor from the universe that even made Dr. Early laugh when he heard it, I became sleepy in the ER for the first time in 6 months. Somehow, restarting my brain brought intense fatigue, which none of the 40-plus medications could ever do, so I dozed in and out of my consciousness for 3 days as MRIs, echocardiograms, and other tests were done to look for necrosis or a heart attack. Despite my self-induced asphyxiation, I was being kept on the hospital stroke unit, rather than its protected psych floor. My well-groomed appearance and polished manner may have deceived doctors into not seeing the risk, ignoring what had just brought me in. That's how, shortly before I was scheduled to be transferred to a trauma unit on the afternoon of July 9th, still in anoxic delirium, I darted from the sitter watching me, when distracted to the 6th floor exit down the hall. Without pause, I dove headfirst down the stairwell center, figuring a 6-story drop would end the suffering once and for all. But the sitter chased as I went over the edge, catching my foot for a split second, long enough before my sock slipped through her hand that I flipped as I free fell down the stairwell center. In mid-air somersaults, I bounced off a railing, zigzagging my trajectory to land headfirst 3 floors down instead of free-falling 6 stories. Cries above sounded the alarm as doctors from every floor rushed to the stairwell, peering down in disbelief through my motionless, glazed eyes. Against all odds, the Red Sea parted. I had a pulse, still. Somehow, going 3 floors didn't kill me, as it did fellow musical soul Liam Payne recently. But when the back of my head hit the concrete, it deviated my eyes in a way that makes 3D vision hard, called strabismus, and gave me acquired aphantasia, which means losing your mind's eye. When I close my eyes now, I'm blind. Every image from my life was erased on impact, so I can't picture what anyone looks like, envision the future, lock onto my eyes in the mirror, read without saying words in my head, navigate without GPS, in a myriad of ways. Just shutting off your imagination reshapes you. I was told I'm a visual person my whole life, so losing this feels like losing me. In more dark humor from fate, acquired aphantasia, like the pill insomnia, is exceedingly rare because rear occipital brain damage happens less frequently than to frontal lobes, like head-on car crashes. So I'm navigating this new condition again in the dark, flying blind. After my fall, the scent of liability attracted hospital lawyers like sharks to blood who threw the book at me to cover up errors. I was strapped to a gurney, sent to a ward, and locked away for 40 days. Most of the time on one-on-one, which is like solitary confinement, but with someone standing at arm's length, 24/7, even in the shower, even in bed. Still in a trance from my head colliding with cement, I thought about Noah in the flood and Moses in the desert. I began to talk to my shadow, this alter ego beside me, like the voice in the burning bush on the mountain. Her name was Sam. When I was strong enough to walk, I walked in circles, endlessly through that wilderness, a stranger in a strange land. Sam's voice beside me brought periodic news of the outside, beyond the walls. An assassin shot Trump at a rally, but the bullet grazed his ear. A giant bridge across the Chesapeake collapsed nearby, cars dropping into the water as stones into a pond. My world, inside and out, had become magical realism. 100 years of solitude. Fiction morphed into fact in this Borgesian labyrinth. My sleepless life was the requiem for a dream. Given my apparent penchant for transforming supposedly secure campuses into death traps, ward leadership was terrified of a lawsuit. So that meant all eyes on me, day and night, a never-ending watch. My world was paper scrubs, paper spoons, rubber mattress, plastic pillow, no sheets, metal toilet, no lid, Stockholm shower, no curtain. Strip searches at sunup and sundown. The pattern repeated day after day. I'd become their Al Capone, Hannibal Lecter, without the Goldberg variations as company, the Kurt Cobain of insomnia. But their overzealous posturing didn't matter. The moment to save me came before I arrived. I did my time and 6 weeks later was released in mid-August. Since then, I've survived by planting and cutting trees and long adventures with my dog, trying to keep at bay's depressions, downward pull of gravity with a force I never knew existed, like I'm wearing lead shoes, worn out by a year without rest, now navigating deficits of new brain trauma. I keep thinking back to my life before this all started and the dreams I had to leave behind along the way. I can't understand why any of it happened, and I still can't sleep much. Most recently, I've spent September, October, and November fighting poison with poison by doing every last-ditch brain reset known to man, including 6 weeks of TMS, 5 weeks of K, 4 SGB neck injections used by the military, and soon tri-weekly ECT under general anesthesia. All that's missing for Christmas are 2 turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. But no brain reset touches me. My mind is blank. My heart is out. There are no more stars in the sky. When you add it up, what I've lived since January is so unbelievable it couldn't be fiction, only fact. And now these sleepless nights that started it are the prelude to an even stranger chapter I'm still awakening in. No pun. I've never been a fan of melodrama, but I can't help feeling like I missed life's chance. Derailing onto the wrong track one night out, my train now headed in another direction. After being the conductor my whole life, I've become a passenger, seeing where each day goes. I don't know where this new ride leads. I can still write, but lost the ability to be succinct, as I have to say words in my head. It's all sea change. The harder they come, the harder they fall. The happy-go-lucky me of December 2023 has become a distant character in a film I miss. Every moment radiates from the past. Through the fog of time between then and now, it's a miracle and a curse that I made it. January 12th will permanently mark in some way the last day of my life. My night of party drugs may rank among the most life-changing neurotoxic stories of all time. I'm the exception, not the rule. But I'm not the only one. The world is full of terrified people with lasting insomnia from taking pills. Here's one, here's another. And the OP linked to different articles of people and people on Reddit that this exact same thing happened to them. And very scary that, this isn't the only person. But the OP continues saying, all variations of a theme. Most get shot down by the mob who doubt a drug they love could do so much damage. You can't understand until it happens to you. I've since discovered so many lives broken by this chemical's dark side. If you look up NIH case reports, you'll find permanent anxiety disorders and intraceable psychosis brought on by even one-time pill use in otherwise healthy people, as I was. If you search blogs for long-term come down, LTH, there are troves of devastating accounts of roles creating neurosis lasting months, years, forever. People from around the world have contacted me to share heart-wrenching life turns. My case is exceptional, like Dr. Early said, 1 in a million. But if I had any idea I was playing the lottery, even at 1 in a billion odds, even a trillion, I would have never taken the cap handed to me. I love life too much to risk it. What hit my brain eventually took away the best parts of me. I can't make sense of it, nor will I ever. I'll also always wonder what good was waiting just around the corner if I'd only taken the other turn that night. It's too much to think about. I don't understand fate, but I didn't deserve this. No one does. For 999,999 people out there, since chances are slim you'll soon forget my story. I would have too. Before that night, I never worried. Didn't know the first thing about meds, the brain, or drugs. Never stressed. I was living a charmed life and got lucky at each turn. Everything worked. That was my world for 42 unforgettable years. But for the next 1 in a million, maybe, my tale gives pause before plugging in chemicals with the power to reshape a mind. We each make our own choices, but from where I now stand in its abyss, the mind is too fragile to toy with. It's our universe, so it feels permanent, like the sun because it surrounds us. But we don't understand this universe, let alone what can throw off its axis and rotation for good. I learned too late. I wish I never had this story to tell. It's a what if reel I've replayed so much that the film is burned. Nobody said it was easy, but nobody said it would be this hard. Oh, take me back to the start. I can't change the past, but my story can change someone else's future. Did the system fail me? No. No, in that the pill put the writing on the wall. That was my choice, and while it may soon be legal in a bunch of countries, Mexico is not one. Ironically, the same morning, January 12th, Mexican authorities seized on arrival a CBD lip balm from my toiletry bag received on my birthday, 3 days before. Bought over the counter in DC, so there's no consensus on what's safe. No, in that I was treated by countless compassionate doctors who did the best they could. Too many to name. Most importantly, no. In that no neurobiologist on Earth understands the human brain. Brain science is at best presumption. So how can any doctor be faulted for not finding my silver bullet? Did the system fail? Yes. Believe it or not, the pill was first synthesized by Merck Pharmaceuticals, owner of the same patented drugs I'd later take to fight its damage. There's a saying, you break it, you buy it. Yes, in that the very medicines prescribed to giving me life-preserving sleep gave me life-destroying depression. Yes, in that nurses at a high-end facility loaned me a 14-foot cable, knowing I was approaching the breaking point from no sleep. Had that arrived in my bags, it would have been confiscated. My doctor there getting fired 3 days later is a smoking gun. Yes, in that I turned myself into an ER in self-induced anoxia, only to be assigned a room beside an unlocked 6-story stairwell, when an entire trap-proof floor existed for patients experiencing delirium. My story is worth telling it for no other reason than the question that intersects here across medicine, policy, pharma, drugs, health, and brain science. But none of these questions matter to me now. I wasn't thinking about any of them as I sat on the log, rolling back the reel of time. I was remembering the people and places I love, the stories told. Now, how to move on. As a kid, my older brother was the daredevil between us. He led me down our steep driveway on a Powell Peralta skateboard. We got marooned on a jungle island in the Arabian Sea, and he showed me how to shoot BB guns and bottled rockets, climb 20-story cranes, and draft down San Francisco hills at high speed on a road bike. He taught me how to shotgun beer, how to chop drugs, and using rolled bills from summer lifeguarding blow booger sugar. How did I survive so many wild nights unscathed, but not his 50th? He's done 1,000 times the drugs. Why me? We still haven't spoken, but I forgave him. It's not his fault. Even Dostoevsky couldn't imagine what lay ahead. I was always loyal to my company and the people I share it with. They've also been loyal for so long, flying the plane, waiting to return, and never giving up hope. The last thing left to face is my heart. I've been drawn to water and rocks forever. Some of my earliest memories are collecting pebbles on the beach and moving stones in a creek near my house. Today, the two places I love most on earth, my cottage and the site of my future home, are both wrapped in rock walls and rippling waves. I learned this world from a hermit. Growing up, I spent summers at a neighborhood swim and tennis club set on woods beside the Potomac River. Each day, I'd see a reclusive man with long gray hair enter the neighborhood forest, stark naked, and walk a path only he knew to be tucked away cove. For as long as anyone could remember, he'd been building a half-mile-long dam out of stones by hand in the rapids that, across decades, single-handedly redirected the course of one of America's most famed waterways. To this day, his handiwork is visible on Google Earth, just west of the American Legion Bridge. Legend had it that crazy old Ned was stuck in his infinite loop from a bad drug trip that broke him, like PBS's strange case of the frozen addicts. Looking back, Ned's appearance in the haze of my childhood now seems almost a biblical omen. This Sisyphus, cursed by a pill to push rocks against the current forever. A Halley's Comet sent to me as a warning from the stars, but I never saw the sign. And now the stars, even Carlsvagon, have gone out. There's no place left to hide from my heart in the ensuing darkness. Coming up on the anniversary of the first night that started all the sleeplessness ones to follow, I keep thinking back to this time last year, healthy and strong, chemical-free, soundly sober, my world in motion, a new moon rising, crisscrossing, shimmering sea waves, embarking on what I thought was becoming like a lightning strike, the brightest chapter of my life. I'd always heard, from the brightest day comes the darkest night. Now I know. One tiny pill I barely remember taking broke my night's world, head, and heart in that order. This December, each carol echoes a bittersweet memento to the final weeks of Shining Eyes 1 year ago, before my story began. I miss those Advent nights like you can't imagine. Last year's nocturnes were the shooting stars of a light-filled universe, set ablaze, then vanquished. I'll never get those starbursts back. My heart light, the shining eyes, or why they slipped away. Here's hoping ECT erases all the memories. Like eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. Meet me in Montauk. Until then, red wine and sleeping pills help me get back. Maybe I will see you in the next life. On December 15th, 2024, with my brain unchanged from the state it was left in by my fall 6 months before, with my mind's eye gone and my world blurry from deviated eyes and a broken mind and heart, with each passing increasingly dragged down by the weight of the January 12th anniversary fast approaching that would mark the start of a second year in the rest of my life in hell. Remembering the health and happiness I still had the year before, a relentless sorrow kept pulling me down. Like Sebastian's gray horse sinking into the swamp of sadness in the never-ending story, eventually all of me disappeared into the quicksand. I played what I thought would be my last notes at the piano, walked out of the house and sat on a fallen tree in the adjacent woods, trying to accept what was to come. I begged whatever power had cursed me to let the ones I was leaving behind find peace again someday. Then I swallowed 4 grams of some substance, 2 times the fatal dose, washing it down with wine. Either miraculously or like a demonic possession, before blacking out, I unconsciously stumbled home through the forest, completely blind from the chemicals, lunging into trees and walls I couldn't see and walking into windows. I ended up curled in a ball on a bathroom floor, which is where I was found and intubated, pumped full of bicarbonate and charcoal to try to save my blood and heart as I slipped into a coma. 3 days later, I awoke in the ICU with a giant tube down my throat. I spent Christmas in that hospital and eventually managed to make it through the first anniversary of the night that launched this story. But it hasn't gotten any easier, only harder, because the consciousness that returned since my OD is partial. My mind is slower, my vision blurrier, my heart more gone. If there's a lesson in my tale, it's that when you think it can't get worse, it can. Because it happened 3 times. There is no end to my never-ending story, only ongoing despair. I was once a well-tuned car, cared for, maintained, navigating the twists and turns of life's road. Today, I'm a head-on car crash passed by others on the highway. Pinned, paralyzed, trapped in wreckage I can't escape, despite all I've done to try to. If there is an out other than what my burnt-out heart tells me is the only way, I can't see it. I can't see anything. It's all black in here. Clutching the wheel of an engine that hasn't worked in 13 months. Hoping against hope that if I keep pressing the pedal, someday the motor will catch and my life will turn back on. And I'm back after like 5 minutes of sitting in silence. I was truly moved, and I don't know like what word even sums up like the feelings that just radiate from that story and like that gave me. That truly was the most emotional story I've ever read. I have read thousands, hundreds, if not thousands of posts on Reddit and stories and just my own personal reading and watching movie. I've never seen or read something that was that emotionally impacting to me. That story of having it all. I mean, they outlined how they had it all. They had the money, they had the houses, they had the family, they had the love. And they lost it all due to one freak accident of taking a pill. And I just don't know what else to say. I mean, this was truly one of the most insane stories I have ever read. And I'm sorry for just yapping, but I mean, I truly just need to speak to even begin to process the story. Because, you know, with a story, most of the time, it ends with a light at the end of the tunnel. And in this video, I will mention there is light at the, like most of the time. I've always mentioned like, oh, don't worry, keep going. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. But for the OP here, like they literally don't have a light at the end of the tunnel because their brain is messed up to a point where it can't get better. And that is just so disheartening to me because I would like to think of myself as like a forever optimist, like the OP said. But to know it won't ever get better is horrifying. It truly is horrifying. This is a long story. I mean, this story was like 40 minutes long, but like this could be like a movie almost. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but this truly was the most moving and insane and emotional story I've ever read in my life. And it all stemmed from one pill. And a lot of people in the comments, you know, commend the OP. And I have to as well. The writing was impeccable. The OP is an extremely talented writer, obviously. I mean, just with how, like, the comparison, I mean, like, think back to, like, the story, or, like, the example of the OP when they were a kid and saw the one guy that kept building the rock bridge in the river because of a drug-induced kind of psychosis almost. Like, that truly is like a biblical comparison. I mean, like, this was just such an insane story, like, from the start to the end. Like, I just don't even know how to process. This will stick with me for, like, honestly, probably the rest of my life, this story. Even though it's some random person on the internet who's sharing this story, I just was so moved, and I felt like I knew the OP by the end of it almost. I'm sure a lot of you listening right now are tired of listening to me talk, but I mean, I'm sure you feel a similar way. This truly was just a very moving story, and I was honestly just emotional by the end of it because I don't even know what to say. But that was a insane story and confession, and I just really hope the OP is doing better now. The OP has continued posting up until 3 months ago, so luckily the OP is at least still around up until 3 months ago. I don't know what else to say in recent times, but, you know, if somehow the OP sees this, email me, reach out. I mean, I know you've talked to a ton of people, but I'm here to talk if you need it. But, and so, same with anyone else who's going through something I mean, if you're going through anything similar, reach out. I mean, even if it can't get better, like talking to someone always helps. But yeah, insane story. On to the next one. I was attracted to young people for a number of years, and it ruined my life. And I'm sorry I have to use that substitute in here, but YouTube doesn't like me saying attraction with child. This is one of those stories. Yeah. So I will be using substitutes when necessary, but you get the gist. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, but yeah, I just have to. Anyways, onto the post. I wanted to say from the beginning that I have never touched or hurt a young person, and never will. Obvious throwaway for obvious reasons. How it all began was when I was around 15 or so. I started to become attracted to girls around me. I went into puberty very late. As I grew older, instead of my attractions growing in accordance with my age, they never moved, which led me to continually be attracted to girls of that age. When I was a minor, it wasn't such a big issue, but when I became an adult, it was. When I turned 19, I made the decision to essentially become a recluse. I did not want to hurt anyone, but there were so many emotions fighting inside of me. I had urges that I had little control of, and it was a mission every day to avoid following through on them. It came to a head one day when I was speaking to the daughter of a friend, and the urges almost overwhelmed me. I almost broke. This was the point when I shut myself away. I would only go out when I knew that young people were at school or wouldn't be on the street after dark. I avoided media involving young people. I avoided books involving young people. Most days I wouldn't go out at all, only going out after dark, if at all. I took jobs where I could work the night shift so that I didn't have to have any contact with young people. This made my life absolute hell. I became a nervous wreck. I would get anxiety if anyone came to the door in case it was a young person. I still worked, but my performance was poor. This often led to me being fired or disciplined. No one else knew what I was going through. By necessity, it was something I had to endure alone. Around 7 years ago, I found a psychologist. It had gotten to be too much and I had to speak with someone about it. Over the course of the next 6 months, we discovered that my feelings were brought about by me being SA'd very young. When it was happening, it was frequent and often violent. As it turns out, I had repressed most of it. I didn't know how bad it actually was. However, discovering this led to that revelation. Over the course of 3 years of twice weekly treatments, my feelings towards young people began to fade. Slowly but surely, I started to get better. I owe my psychologist my life, literally. I was at the point of S-word before I started seeing him. Now, 7 years later, I have no attraction towards young people. I have a much more normal life. I can actually go out during the day without being anxious. I can talk to young people with no urges. I am mostly normal. I'm still dealing with the repercussions of my dark times, but the dark times themselves are over. I'm married and I have a baby boy on the way. The process of getting treatment is so freeing. I can't even describe it now. My psychologist is the one who suggested writing this out. He thinks it will help with my healing process. I hope it will. Thanks for listening. And wow, that was a hell of a confession, but I mean, props to this guy for getting help and, you know, not giving in to the urges, because God knows so many people do. With how many predator catching videos there is. I mean, there's a limitless amount of people like this out there that do act upon their urges. So major props to this guy for not giving into it and, you know, fixing himself, because I think a lot of people kind of hide these urges and then they don't really do anything about it until something horrible happens. And yeah, most of the time, a lot of these people feeling this way or attraction towards young people were, you know, subjected to abuse when they were younger. And so I think it is important to get help if you did experience something like that, so none of these urges come out in unhealthy ways, if that makes sense. But, you know, props to this guy for getting help. I'm glad he has a wife now. I'm glad he has a family. Hopefully he has a great job. But that could have ended really badly. But I'm super glad this guy fought the demons, literally, and got better. Major props to that guy, and I hope he continues to get better. And hopefully, I mean, if anyone's watching out there and you have some sort of attraction towards whatever, then there is help out there. And yeah, very interesting confession. On to the next one. I almost strangled my mother to death when I was 15. Reposting this here instead of in r/off my chest because this sub seems a little bit more fitting. I've been browsing off my chest in this subreddit for a few hours now since I couldn't sleep. Figured I might as well chip in with my story, since I don't often talk about this in real life for obvious reasons. Please mind that English is not my native language. As you can guess from the title, it's not a very happy story. Buckle up, this will be a long ride. My parents broke up very early. I grew up with my mom. My dad wasn't really present throughout my childhood. My mother has had a drinking problem for as long as I can remember. She had a rough upbringing and could only vent her frustration when she was drunk. The way things went down was always the same. Around once a month, she comes home late, waking me in the middle of the night, and from then on, it's a shit show. She starts yelling, spitting at me, beating me, smears her snot on my face or on my bed sheets and makes me sleep in there. One second, she yells in my face that she hates me, that my father and grandma hate me, that it's all my fault, and in the next second, she starts crying and says that she loves me. An emotional roller coaster. This always goes on for the whole night. I don't remember too much, but ironically, the most prominent memories are the ones from when I was very young, maybe around 5 or something. One night, I had to stand facing the wall the whole night while she screamed at me. I was so tired since I was just a little kid, but every time I tried to sit down, she would hit me. Sometimes I had to do squats while pulling at my ears, making me look really stupid. Apart from the fact that it was humiliating, she made me do them until I collapsed from the pain. Then she shouted at me to continue. A weird thing she did was she frequently pretended to choke to death in the middle of a rant. And then she'd lay there motionless for 10 minutes straight. As a 5-year-old, I was completely in panic and had no idea what to do. I tried to wake her up, but she didn't respond at all until she suddenly jerked up and resumed shouting at me and hitting me for not helping her. Luckily, she stopped pulling that one once she saw that I got too used to it. As I got older, she got more and more violent. But the only times I was really scared for my life was when she got the kitchen knife while fighting with her now ex-fiancé. Luckily, no one was stabbed. I could go on and on, but you get the idea. I never got any help because I was so used to all this stuff. And of course, my mother told me to never tell anyone. Whenever I brought her behavior up in the next morning, she claimed that she couldn't remember, said that I'm over-exaggerating things, or outright claimed I was making stuff up. Sometimes she apologized. I will never do it again, honey. I stopped listening after a while. School was pretty shit as well. I had no social skills because I preferred to play video games all day. I was a weird and misbehaving kid, so I was bullied a lot. Also, I was too afraid to stand up for myself because I only knew punishment. The fact that we often moved didn't help much. All in all, I went to 10 different elementary schools across 4 different countries. Poland was especially shit. Not the country. You Polish folk are nice people, but living with this rich alcoholic dude whom my mother constantly fought with. Thank God that episode only lasted a few months. Anyway, I digress. Unsurprisingly, I became depressed at some point and have been ever since. Don't know when exactly. I think it was somewhere around 10 years old. This torture went on for many years. Then it happened. She came home drunk one morning while I was getting ready for school. She didn't get much of a reaction out of me these days and then didn't seem to like it. As mentioned in the title, I was 15 years old at the time and getting physically stronger than her, and I was used to the shouting. Also, I was basically dead inside. I was completely nonchalant when she started her rant. Then she said something about my ex-girlfriend. It wasn't really all that bad, but it was a weak spot for me since she recently broke up with me. It was my first relationship, and I was the one who fucked it up. It was the last straw. All these fucking years of constant abuse and neglect unloaded themselves in one moment. Humans can be animals. It was like watching a movie from a third-person perspective. I had no control whatsoever. I screamed while grabbing her throat and squeezing with all I had. I somehow strangled her across my room onto the bed. My big and scary mother, whom I was always afraid of, wasn't able to fight back against my rage. Not one bit. Now thinking back, she even looked kind of scared. So she was on her back of my bed and I was standing above her, squeezing her throat. I have no idea how long that went on, maybe a few seconds, maybe half a minute. Everything felt so surreal. At some point, my brain kicks in. Do you really want to do that? I got a hold of myself and I let go of her. Fucking mistake. She instantly grabs a chair and starts swinging at me full force. I mean, yeah, I technically tried to kill her, but now I just want to get out of this alive. I block it and fucks up my arm. Then she bites me in the very same arm. Jesus Christ, that hurt. The bite later swole to the size of a ping pong ball. Anyway, I managed to get the hell out of the apartment, but now I run the risk of freezing to death since we had winter and I'm wounded with nothing on me but my pajamas. I encounter a neighbor and ask him to call the cops. I tell them what happened, leaving out the strangling part, and after they see my wounds, they inform my mother that I'm being taken into care. My mom makes a pathetic attempt of trying to put on an act, but snaps halfway through and bites an officer, gets wrestled down and arrested on the spot. It was honestly hilarious in hindsight. She played the victim and called me a traitor for calling the cops on her, but got out later on. She had to pay a huge fine, though, for attacking an officer. I moved out into government care. It was honestly cool. By the end of age 15, I had my own apartment for free rent, 400 euros per month to do with whatever the hell I want, and social workers that were pretty decent people. Kudos to German CPS. However, shit caught up with me. My depression worsened badly, I started to drink a lot, and later that year I tried to drown myself. That was rock bottom for me. I've had bad phases since then. There were nights where I wanted to die, nights where I wanted to pay my mother a visit and get my revenge, and nights where I didn't want anything at all. However, all in all, life's been gradually improving for me. Slowly but steadily. The older I got, the more self-aware I became about my behavior, so I stopped getting bullied. Also, I learned to stand up for myself. That was helpful. However, I still ended up quitting school at some point. I realized I can't force myself to do something I despise for even a second. I just stood up in the middle of the class and went, fuck it. After that, I tried a bunch of different jobs, but none of them worked for me. However, I found my true passion. I love making music, and I'm currently putting all my energy into becoming a successful musician. I no longer care if I might fail. It's really liberating. My relationship with my mother has been improving steadily as well. Boy, it was hard at first. And I made sure to let her know how much I hated her for what she did. But she finally, truly admitted her mistakes and quit drinking. It was easier after that. I could start expressing and letting go of my hatred in a healthy way. She really made an effort to better herself. I also apologized for what I did that day and she forgave me. I wish I could tell you a happy ending to that part of the story, but sadly, my mom was diagnosed with schizophrenia 2 years ago. The stress of coming to terms with that, she did, and the loneliness probably broke her. Sometimes I think about what I could have done differently. She knows that I still haven't forgiven her and I am still suffering every day because of what happened. But I can't change that. I told her it needs time. It's been only 6 years since the day the police took me. She's back in her home country now with her family. They are taking care of her. Thank God for that. The last 2 years were a huge burden. At one point, she was so thin that you could see the shape of her skull, all while having that giddy, delusional smile on her face. Horrifying. Well, there it is. The story of how I tried to kill my mother. I apologize for the swearing. I got a bit emotional while writing this. Granted, a lot of bad stuff happened in the past, but it made me the way I am today. And I'm glad for that. I learned many things and wouldn't trade that for the world. People become who they are based on circumstances, but it is always in our power to change our fate. Don't hate them, no matter what they did to you. Cruel people are often hurting inside. Instead, encourage them to be the best they can be. Life's too short to be unhappy. Strive towards your goals and never settle for less. It could always be your last day on Earth. You literally have nothing to lose. Life's definitely not fair. Cherish what you've been given and make the best of it. S word will prevent you from ever becoming happy. However, I realize I'm still only 21 years old and have a lot to learn. I plan on doing so. I don't want to live a life full of hatred and regret. I want to be able to love and trust somebody again. I want to get married, have at least 3 children, become a successful musician, travel the world, stuff like that. Just be happy. I know I'll get there. One day at a time. I think the OP summed up that last part so well, saying life's too short to be unhappy, and I have to completely agree with that. I'm glad the OP is doing better now, it seems. And they did give an update in the comments. The OP gave an update in the comments saying that her mother is on medication now for her schizophrenia and doing much, much better, which is just a heartwarming story. But, you know, it was horrifying that the OP had to go through that during her childhood or during the childhood. And, yeah, I mean, almost killed their mother. That's terrifying. That's horrifying. And it's so sad that the OP had to go through that for so many years. And I think this is just a great testament to everyone watching. If you're going through something similar or, you know, just anything where you don't think there's a light at the end of the tunnel, there always is. And I think this story and post is a great testament to that. There's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Things will always get better. And just try to look at everything with a positive lens over it, because, you know, perception and the way you view things is everything. So just try to make the most of every day, because like the OP said as well, you never know which day might be your last. And I hope you guys are doing well. I hope the OP is doing well. I hope the OP's mother's doing well. It's been 7 years since that post and not a lot of updates regarding that. So I just have to wish the OP and their mother the best. On to the next one. I once pushed an elderly lady down the stairs because she noticed me and my friends do something bad. So when I was young and stupid, me and my 2 friends went out every day to do dumb stuff, such as knock and run and trespassing, breaking stuff that wasn't ours, disturbing the peace, etc. It was December 2017 when me and my friends went out to the local neighborhood to run around different flats and knock on people's doors or do some other shit that basically made people go mad. And one of my friends decided to start throwing bricks at a street lamp for fun. We thought it's all good because it was dark and there was no one on the street. After he was done, we went to get something to drink and got into a flat to get warmer because it was a snowy winter. 10 minutes in, we noticed a lady 2 floors above us that was speaking to someone on the phone about some thugs running around and breaking stuff. We got scared that she might have noticed us and maybe even recorded the whole action. We went upstairs to make sure that she wasn't talking about us, but turned out she was on the phone with her son when she saw us come up and quickly cut our way back down, off speaking to her son. Come on, quicker, they're here. We were already shitting ourselves and had no idea what to do. The lady was about 60 to 70 years old, so we didn't want to do anything that could hurt her, but before any other thoughts, I rammed her and she fell down a couple stairs shouting at us. We ran straight down and out of the building. When we started running through the flat, I looked back to see if she was okay. She looked fine to me, so we escaped. I don't know where she is today, and I hope she's alive and well. I regret it because it must have hurt her. I'm sorry, lady. I learned from my mistakes and got some better friends now. I'm now almost 18 years old and surrounded by better people and know how to do good. And I'm a changed person, but I won't forgive myself for hurting an elder. And now let's get into some comments, and these comments are not supportive of the guy at all, which totally makes sense, but let's get into them. You know, at that age, a small injury could spiral into something life-destroying, and I totally agree. Someone else says, yep, my grandma fell down a few stairs, had to be put under for hip surgery. The anesthesia really kicked her dementia into overdrive and was never the same after being put under. Older women in general are prone to a lot of damage from a fall due to a lower bone density post-menopause. Someone else says, once an elderly person breaks their hip, the clock starts running. It's sad, but true. Someone else replies to that saying, that's what happened to my grandma. She broke her hip and pelvis, took a sharp decline, and then died. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of the comments. A lot of people are saying like they know an older person that not this exact scenario happened, but they fell and they're never really the same because, I mean, old people are very, very fragile. Someone else says, fuck. She was probably so scared, and that outcome was exactly what she was scared of. That made me sad, and I just have to agree. I mean, I can't imagine that being my mom or my grandma and some asshole pushes him over. I mean, I am calling the OP an asshole. Hopefully, the OP has learned from his mistakes and not done anything similar to that since, but yeah, very sad story. Very, I mean, honestly, horrifying story, because who knows what happened to that older lady. 60 to 70 years old is not young at all. In a bad fall, especially down a few stairs, he said, that could be life ruining. I mean, literally life ruining. Someone else says, my grandma dropped a can on her foot and broke her foot. That was the beginning of the end for her. By the time she recovered from the broken foot, she'd lost a lot of independence and her mind started to go. Someone else says, the same happened to my grandma, but in her case, she broke her hip. She obviously couldn't walk during her recovery, and by the time the hip healed, she couldn't stand up anymore due to such a long time resting. That was also her beginning of the end. Before all of this, she was totally independent. It's honestly scary how fast your quality of life and lifespan can change when you pass a certain age. And yeah, this is just, reading all these comments has kind of scared me, because who knows what happened to the person the OP pushed over. I mean, it literally could have ruined her life by becoming injured, and it also leads the lady to not be trusting of any strangers. Not only does it physically hurt her, but I can't even imagine the mental stress she has to go through. She probably never wanted to go outside anymore, because she's like, I mean, who knows, some asshole could go push me over. You know, I feel so bad for the lady the OP pushed over. Hopefully the OP feels bad. Hopefully the OP has, moved forward from this and, truly learned and feels regretful, because, yeah, that was just a really rough confession to read, because who knows what happened to that lady. I just hope she's doing better now. I sold drugs at university to get by and ruined my life. Before I started university, the main thing highlighted by my parents and everyone else was the financial side. The loan I was granted for university wasn't going to be anywhere near enough to cover my expenses and my rent, but I lied to my parents to keep them from stressing that I'd get a job and sort it out myself. I tried finding a job online over the summer before moving to uni in a city an hour away, but 4 months and no luck. I then went to a festival at the end of the summer and took my friend's advice on selling a little bit of Zaza and a few other things to people in there to start a little saving to take with me. All I was worried about was having to rely on my parents when they already supported my sister and are going through a very tough time financially. I made quite a bit, and this made me think I should do it more to other students to help me get by, as a lot of people I knew did it and paid off a lot while in uni. So I moved away, started selling, and life was good. I always made sure people were safe. No one ever had any issues at all, so I was good. My first year at university was a success, and I was able to help my parents out too with some money and not having to ask them for anything. As the eldest son, it's my job to provide, not take, and I didn't care how I was doing it. I wasn't hurting anyone, and it wasn't bothering anyone. The second year went well. I made enough to help my friend who was also struggling and was able to do a lot more for my family with my life than I was ever able to do before, and I was happy. The summer came around and I was sick of it now. I hated always looking over my shoulder. That was the only thing that got to me. I knew I wasn't harming anyone or causing an issue, so I saw no problem besides the stress and the anxiety it gave me, so I decided to quit after one last time. Over the course of the last 2 years, I had made a lot of friends and connections through selling, but not about drugs, but more towards creative ideas and other people like myself, which in the end helped me realize what I wanted to do in my life, and this summer was going to be the end of this, and I was finally going to get my shit together and do what I felt was right. So I went to this festival. I'm enjoying myself, and on the second day, I was caught by security through someone snitching on me. I was arrested at the festival, totally strip searched, and then taken to a custody center an hour away with no phone, money, or ID, as they took it all away from me and kept it as evidence. After spending 28 hours in a cell with nothing but one tuna sandwich given to me, I was then given a solicitor and interviewed. From that moment, I knew my life was over. I was interviewed and made clear of what was going to happen, and I had lost everything from this when I was so close to leaving it all behind. I'm currently under investigation and free without bail, but I've been told I'm looking at 6 to 8 years, all for this stupid mistake I should have never done. I was caught with an ounce of booger sugar, an ounce of Zaza, 150 pills, an ounce of K, and 1 ounce of another substance, all bagged up to sell with a cash amount of just shy of $3 grand and my phone with evidence. I'm not proud of any of this. I just say it all to give you an idea of what I had. Since then, my life has been ruined. Unable to go back to university because I have no idea when I'll be called to court, so my life is in literal limbo. My friends are hurt, but it's shown me who my real friends are, especially in a time of need, but most of all my family are hurt more than anything. No one besides my mom, dad and sister and my family know, and we intend to keep it a secret from the rest of our family as we don't want to hurt them too, and this kills me. Knowing I'll be gone for so long and my family will change their opinion on me from the eldest son and pride of the whole family to a failure drug dealer who's ruined his life. I would do or give anything to go back to the beginning of this year and change all of this, to sort my life out early and avoid any of this. Sadly, it's not that easy, and now I have to do my time for my mistakes. I just wish it could all be so different. I hope if you're reading this, it changes your mind from doing any of this. I thought I was never going to get caught, but one way or another, it takes 1 second for your whole life to be turned upside down. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, I don't think you can say no one got hurt when you're dealing booger sugar. Drugs don't have a clean supply chain, and I'm pretty sure some people got hurt. That said, that's a shitty sentence for someone down the food chain. And then someone replied to this saying, with the amount on him, he's exactly the person they're looking to catch. He's not some guy just selling to his friends. Someone else replies to that saying, I was going to say exactly this. If it was just Zaza, all right. Maybe you're not hurting anyone. But that's a shit ton of drugs. Even if other people brought more, OP still brought in way too much to fall under the not hurting anybody category. Those are some hard drugs, and I very much doubt that OP can guarantee the safety of those to whom he distributes. I had a friend die from H laced with fentanyl. Even if OP's source is good, there's always a chance someone fucks up and OP ends up responsible for the deaths of others. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't help but feel for the OP at the end. I mean, yes, he totally could have hurt somebody like the comments outlined, but I mean, you can just tell how remorseful he is and just how deeply he regrets it, saying like, I never thought I was going to get caught, and I wish I could just go back. I mean, you can just hear the regret and the, just remorse in his like voice or just his text. And this was posted 7 years ago. So when he posted this, he said he's looking to 6 to 8 years. So who knows? Maybe OP will come back to this account sometime within the next year or so and say, hey, I just did 6 to 8 years in prison. That's crazy. OP's life changed so much from when he first posted this, and I just have to assume he's been in prison this entire time, which is crazy. But that'd be very interesting if we got an update from the OP. And I just hope the OP is all right. But that's a pretty crazy story, especially before his sentencing. I mean, I can't imagine the anxiety he felt. I mean, he's like, I'm just stuck in a limbo. I'm not in school anymore, and I just don't know when I'm going to be called to court, and boom, I'm in jail. And that's just a crazy confession. On to the next one. I gave my friend a fatal dose of H, and it still haunts me. I did time in jail. I went to therapy, and I sought forgiveness from her family. I worked on myself. I went to rehab. I'm now 6 years sober. I warned the youth about the dangers of drugs, but I still remember that night vividly. Her birthday is coming up, and that's when the guilt intensifies. I've thought about S-word before. I took a life, and I was a worthless piece of shit, so I deserve to die. I know I didn't cause her addiction. It's possible she would have OD'd without my help, but it doesn't matter because in this reality, I was the one who did it. and I will never not feel guilty about it. And damn, that was a short, heavy confession. That's all that was written from the OP. And after going to the OP's account was banned. So we don't know what happened to the OP. I hope the OP is doing better now, but there's no way to know. And I just saw one of the top comments that's good for everyone listening if you're ever in a situation. And the comment reads as follows. Just a tip for those who might be in this situation in the future. A few states in the US have a law that protects you and anybody trying to save someone who just OD'd, even if he took the drugs as well. You can be high as a kite and still be protected by the law if you took the initiative to save their life. And I think that is a great PSA for everyone watching. So if you are ever in a situation, a horrible situation like the OP described, you don't need to be worried about getting in trouble by the law because, I mean, number one, you just shouldn't be worried about that anyways. It's more worth it to save a human life, but you will be, exempt from the law if you save someone. And yeah, that's just a heavy confession. And I hope the OP's doing better now, but we haven't heard anything in a long, long time. And I don't know how we would. So that's just a crazy, dark, and sad confession. On to the next one. I kicked a hitchhiker out of my car in the middle of the desert. About 8 months ago, I was driving alone on a trip to visit my parents. Most of this drive goes through a desolate desert with barely any vegetation. Approximately an hour into the drive, I saw a 20 to 30-year-old with shorts, t-shirt, backpack, and a water bottle giving me the thumbs up on the side of the road. Considering the road is less used nowadays, I decided to help him out because it didn't seem like he would see anyone else that day. At first, he seemed quite normal at first, but after we introduced each other and had a couple conversations, he started to act strangely. He would occasionally flick his head twice and make a face, but would continue with the conversation like nothing happened. About 30 minutes after driving him, he started talking politics and was very adamant on his way of viewing things being correct. I wasn't afraid of sharing my own thoughts and opinions, so I did as respectfully as I could. Without warning, he cut me off mid-sentence and screamed at the top of his lungs. I was shocked and really didn't know what to do. Looking back, he was obviously on drugs. He pushed me past the point of comfort in my own vehicle at that point, so I pulled over and ordered him to get out of my car. He took his stuff, and once outside, I zoomed away, leaving him at least 30 kilometers away from the nearest town. Later, when I arrived at my parents' house, I looked over to the passenger side door, and he left his water bottle. I assume he was fine, but who knows? Maybe I killed some druggie because I didn't look to my right for a couple hours. I've spent $250,000 to $350,000 on drugs and gambling. I used to make a lot of money in my early 20s as a manager of a body shop grossing $4 to $10 million a year in profit. My boss was an opioid addict and got me into taking them from long hours and pain. Next thing you know, it's a year later and I'm hooked. The next 4 years was us snorting and smoking all day, which was about $250 to $500 a day. That's not including any gambling or any other drugs we used like booger sugar, pills, weed, psych, etc. I would bring home $2 to $4 grand a week, depending on commission, and then spend half of it at the casino and the other half up my nose. It ended up with me ODing. I flatlined twice. Had 52 minutes of chest compressions performed to keep me alive while they Narcaned me 3 times up my nose, and then threw my intubation tube at the hospital. I spent a week in a coma, 2 more in the ICU, 1 more in recovery, and then a month after that learning to walk again. They even flew a rotoprone bed in for me alone to get brain activity going the first 24 hours. The real confession is what else we did during those 4 or 5 years. We paid off a half dozen adjusters to inflate claims/supplements. I mean, thousands of dollars each time. A total of $500,000 I know of was scammed money. We would take a hail car that had medium damage and use tools to create more dents for more money and fix them before the customer saw, and somehow never got caught. I've been clean 5 years and started a family. I'm doing wonderful. My boss just died last week of an OD. I haven't seen or spoke to him since I quit when I decided to get sober after my OD, but hearing about his death brought a lot up. Honestly, it got much darker and illegal than that, but I'm wary of posting those details online ever. And then he makes an edit saying, about 12 hours later, this post has garnered more traffic than I expected by a long shot. I wrote this because my boss died, and I found out through the grapevine. I haven't worked or spoken to him in 5 years, but it still brings up a lot. The last 5 years, my life has been 110% different. I work now in the low voltage industry. I don't make a fraction of the money I used to, but I have the greatest family in the world. I'm sober and much happier. 90% of the comments were beyond positive, which was surprising, considering I figured all would be shitty about the fraud and prospects of much darker days than that. But thank you guys. And to those struggling with addiction, there is hope. I'd given up to my poison and decided that was going to have to do for the rest of my life, but I was wrong. I couldn't even move out of bed without H. What I recommended is to do whatever is necessary for sobriety. Suboxone, do it. Crisis lines, call them. Rehab, if you can afford it, go. But worst case, they have psychiatric and drug addiction places strictly in the medical field that can help speed up withdrawals through drugs and get you out faster and back to life. But above all, have someone to keep you accountable. You cannot do it alone. You need a system like NA or someone to help guide you during such a drastic change to life. But I went from scum of the earth to dad of the year. I work 60 hours a week to make sure my kids and fiance are cared for and loved beyond belief. Anything you all have wanted to do is possible. Best wishes and best of luck to you all. And I'm just glad the OP is doing better now. It's a crazy story. Some people had some jokes in the comments saying he's the wolf of Body Shop Street or the Wolf of Wall Street or Car Street, which is kind of a funny reference. But everyone is just like, wow. And I wonder what the guy did that's more dark and too dark for him to share, but I'm glad he's doing better now. And yeah, that's just a crazy story. It's great he got out alive, unlike his boss. But yeah, rest in peace to his boss, and hopefully this OP can stay sober and stay safe. And I liked the last words he added on, saying anything is possible. You can get sober. You can put your life back together. It's never too late. My friend of 20 years was arrested for cheese pizza, and I understand how much you guys hate me using the acronym for cheese pizza, but I have to. I can't say any of the other ones. I read every single comment about it, so, and with you guys giving me suggestions, and I understand it's not, cheese pizza isn't respectful at all, but I just have to say that for the video for YouTube. I'm sorry, but anyways, let's continue. This is a super rambling mess of a post in an attempt to vent my anger. I found out that my best friend of 20 years was arrested for cheese pizza, and he fully confessed to it too. Not just that he had it, but was also distributing it. On top of that, it has been going on for years, completely unbeknownst to anyone. I'm just sitting here in complete shock and horror. This person, and been the closest thing I have ever had to a brother in my life. He was the best man at my wedding. His parents were my support during my parents' divorce. My father would joke about how he was a bonus son, just to find out he is a monster. Needless to say, he is dead to me. I keep wishing he had just committed S-word. I'm sick now, knowing what he was doing behind everyone's backs, just so he could get off to the worst possible fantasies a human could have. He was to be the uncle to my kids. Instead, he was destroying lives for his own pleasure. I've never been so angry as I am now. If given the chance, I would kill him for what he has done. I feel so stupid for not seeing this sooner. My wife says there was nothing I could have done. The only peace I have is he got caught. I just want to rant. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, you knew and were best friends with one version of him, the version he presented to the world. You didn't know, and you couldn't have known, unless he confessed to you 20 years ago and you promised to keep a secret for him, which clearly you did not. then you're blameless for this. Be kind to yourself. The monster within was hidden from view. His victims can get justice now, whether they realize it or not. Every image represents a life that has been damaged and changed, and he should receive the full force of the law, and time to suffer as a tiny portion of the suffering his part in this evil industry has caused to untold innocence. And yeah, I mean, that comment sums up exactly what I was going to say. I mean, he's blameless for this. I mean, I'm sure he still feels some sort of like blame because he's like, this guy was my best friend. I mean, you just inherently just feel so close to him and you're like, I should have done something. But at the same time, he couldn't have known. There's no way he could have known. But I just can't imagine like the betrayal he felt when he's like, you were the best man at my wedding. You were going to be my kid's uncle. You were going, like, that is just so sad. And I mean, luckily he got outed now and didn't just get away with it. Who knows if, you know, those fantasies of his could have overcame him and he could have done something, you know, to OP's kids or whatever. I don't know. That's all speculative and alleged, but, you know, who knows? It's just much better that this guy got caught now and is hopefully going to be locked up for a long, long time. Very sad post, and I can only help but feel for the OP and hope he's doing better now. I'm dying, but haven't told anyone. I was diagnosed with cancer a little over 2 weeks ago, after a regular checkup. Turns out I have a tumor on my colon that has spread to other areas, liver and lungs so far, and will require extensive chemo and surgery for any chance to live longer than 8 months. I'm not having any treatment, and I haven't told my wife because she'll only pressure me to get the treatment, which will result in months of pain and suffering for a relatively small chance of survival. Instead, I'm making sure our last few months together are filled with only happy memories. I'm starting to work later and finishing earlier in the day to make her breakfast in bed and take her on dates in the evenings. My landlord I rent my workshop from has agreed to let me run my business rent-free for the next 6 months, which means significantly less financial stress, and I can save a lot more. And now let's get into some comments. Someone says, okay, real talk here, OP. My husband's grandfather did this. Didn't tell a soul. Made his doctors agree to not mention it to his family if they were ever around. Him and his doctors called it a side effect of his COPD. His family accepted that, but it was cancer. And he was dying, maybe a year tops. My kids were with their grandmother, his daughter visited in the hospital. He was in for pneumonia, which he got quite often and always came home. Another of his daughters was there as his wife had finally gone home to take a nap. Well, he coded with my kids in the room, DNR order. His daughters are screaming because the doctors won't touch him. He's in the hospital, so they're supposed to help, right? Thank God my kids were too little to understand what was going on. He passed away with everyone in the hall watching. No warning. They thought he'd come home in a few days per usual. His wife didn't even get to say goodbye. The family didn't figure anything was going on about the cancer and him having an expiration date until they demanded to know what was going on. He knew and wanted to save them the heartache. Well, his sons hadn't bothered to come visit because it was in the middle of the week and they worked, along with his hospital stays for this being very normal. They had no closure. The whole family spread his ashes over the headstone of his wife and he had made when their infant son died decades before. Very solemnly, confused, angry, and lost. Please reconsider doing this to your family. It helps no one but you. You're going to die, but your wife isn't, and will have to live with so many whys the rest of her life. You don't have to have treatment if you don't want to, but for the love of her, tell her. And I think that last paragraph the commenter said was perfect. If you love her, tell her. Because, I mean, yeah, if you're going to pass away in seven months or so, why not tell her? So 7 months from now, when you pass away, she's just wondering what the fuck happened, why you died of cancer, and you never, like, she would feel betrayed, to be honest. It's like, why didn't my husband tell me he was dying? And then she'd be just lost. And if you tell her, then you know, then you can really cherish the last 7 months together. If you're gonna die, if you know you're gonna die in 7-8 months, then why not tell her so you guys can, you know, drop it all, not go to work, and, you know, I don't know, spend the last 8 months doing whatever. I know that it sounded like they were in some financial troubles, but still, it's like you could really make something work if you realize this is the last 8 months I have with the person, instead of just going about it as usual. I mean, I would feel betrayed if I was the OP's wife. Like, imagine your significant other didn't tell you and they just died keeping a secret from you, a horrible secret. And sure, you might not want to get therapy or whatever, but you don't have to. I don't know. Very emotional post. And the OP posted this 7 years ago, and it was on a throwaway account. We haven't heard from the OP since, so who knows if the OP passed away. But if the OP did pass away, then rest in peace, and I hope my OP's wife is doing better now. But very sad and emotional story. Wow. On to the next one. I entered a stranger's house to avoid a DUI. I live in Australia. Not sure how it works in the rest of the world, but I was on my provisional driver's license as a teenager. We call them P plates. And when you're on that, you cannot have any alcohol in your blood whatsoever. I stayed at my mate's place one night, and he had some beers to drink. I had two, knowing I had to drive the next day, and was going to stop, but he convinced me to have another, so I did. The next day, I got in my car to drive home, and as I was turning a corner, there were a couple police doing an RBT, random breath test, and I panicked. I knew full well I'd have a little bit of alcohol in me, and that's enough to lose my license for a couple months. I had just left school and gotten a really good job, and if I got a drunk driving charge, I would have to rely on my parents to drive me there, which wouldn't work out as they both had jobs. I panicked and turned right on to another street. I drove halfway down the road, thinking I'd gotten away with it, but one of the cars suddenly turned around the corner and blasted the sirens. I pulled over and the cop came to my window. And then the cop says, "Can you explain to me why you just avoided an RBT?" Instead of explaining to the cop why and just taking my punishment, I decided to lie. Me. I wasn't trying to avoid it. I live down here. Then the cop says, "Whereabouts do you live?" Just over there." "Well, you don't mind if I follow you and watch you enter your house for proof, do you?" I kind of shit myself, but agreed. He got in his car and I drove into a driveway halfway down the street and walked up to the door. My current plan was to just explain to whoever it was at the door what's going on and hope he lets me inside. I walked up and knocked, but no one answered. Then I looked over my shoulder at the cop and turned to just open the door, and it was unlocked. I walked inside and shut the door. I was really scared for if whoever lived there was going to walk out and see me and scream, but no one did. I stayed at the door peeking out the window at the cop, and he left after about 10 minutes. I waited another 10 minutes before walking down and driving off again with a big sigh of relief. Not here to condone drunk driving or anything. I made a mistake and it was wrong. Just sharing this story. And all right, guys, that wraps up some horrifying Reddit confession threads. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Today's video was heavy, man. Yeah, there was some heavy confessions in here. I mean, the drug-fueled night one was truly one of the most, honestly, like life-changing stories I've ever read. That story was insane. I just have to wish that OP the best. I hope they're doing better now. And that was just an insane confession and story and just roller coaster, man. But comment down below, what confession did you think was the most interesting? Or do you have any thoughts you want to share? Share them down below. I read every single comment and respond to a lot of them, so comment down below. And like I said in the beginning, please, follow me on Instagram, subscribe on YouTube, like the video. It helps more than you know. Join the Patreon if you want early access to every single video. That helps a ton as well. And if you enjoyed this video, I'm sure you'll enjoy other videos on my channel, so check out some other videos. I'd love to see you around in the comment sections. And thank you so much for watching to the end of the video. This was Snook, and I'll see you next time. Bye.